Alright folks, good morning. There's a lot we gotta do in this game. We made plenty of headway into exercising two spirits. And we're at the point of the game, I feel it's halfway through, because it's given us a short chapter where we have one minor ghost to purify, and then we save a couple of girls, and then we start hinting who could the departed really be. And he's at the low point of the hero's journey. He's gone into the abyss where his friends are hurt, and he wants to handle this alone. And how does the hero's journey work? He goes down into the abyss, he comes out into the light, and so these two students reinvigorate in him the teacher's spark that sees him wanting to succeed. But before we do any of that, we missed out on one soul last night. We're on Chapter 4. And Chapter 4 is almost entirely final stage. So, because Chapter 4 is so much shorter, there's only 4 souls to get. And I gotta find out where that last one is. Oh, that's just leaving school if I go out from here. So I don't have a chance to talk to anyone. Or not to talk to anyone, to explore. So this save is gonna be worthless. We found one in the pool, one at the Inari statue. I forget what the third was already. But either way, we have got to find this fourth and final soul. There's only 4. One lost soul left in the chapter. Bag Enhancement 3? 5% Suspensive Act? Huh. I guess you could just keep on increasing the bag. You could just keep on increasing the bag, even after you run out of other objects. So actually, maybe it's better to start over from the beginning of this chapter, and to not get the bag upgrade then, because it looks like the bag upgrade is just anytime you run out, get the bag upgrade. So maybe it's better to ignore it entirely until the end, in case you get some expensive stuff you need all those extra souls for. In that case, let's go back to the opening of the chapter. Opening of the chapter. Bag enhancement for 3 would increase it to 4%. And there are 4 lost souls in this mini chapter. Osaka, so she can't join me. Faculty room first, okay. We'll scroll on over to the faculty room. Because you still gotta do the preamble part of this investigation first. And it's only once we're allowed free roam that the lost souls should start appearing. Good little tech check real quick. Excellent, just gotta make sure things are captured as they should be. Solve the case? We will. I'm really hoping that the the choice at the end of the previous level, at the previous chapter, don't impact the souls or the story too much from here on. Like, we didn't tell the departed that we love her, and so she got very angry. Sho was safe because we properly purified Kashima. But what if we didn't run off to save Sho entirely first? Like, what if we made sure that that Daimon was okay, get the ambulance to him faster? What if we did tell the departed that we love her? You know, she probably would have gone from mean angry to liar angry. Sakai, who with Izumi, bullied Akai. Brings intricacies. Just gotta mash through till we get to the exploratory parts. I'm also thinking that maybe the choice of who to rescue first, Michiho or Himeko, might determine something. Because we got all the way to chapter end. We saw end of chapter officially. Explore the special building, collect some more information. Okay. Let's go to all the different places first. On the off chance that one of these special building rooms has a lost soul. Abe. Super suspicious Abe who knows too much. There's the end of day chime. Return to the infirmary to prepare for the investigation. What if I go back in? What if there's a lost soul where Abe was? Let's just go somewhere else. Return to the infirmary, okay. So we can be pretty confident that there's nothing here. Who could it be now? Himeko. Morin for on Takai. Okay, now we have open access to the investigation. Now we can begin searching for souls. Four souls in the chapter. Opening. Opening section is so brief. Let's go back through all the buildings. All the rooms of the building, I mean. I can't investigate here, no reason to stay longer. Faculty room. No one here. No need to stay any longer. Library. No one in the library. Lights dim. No reason to stay any longer. To the pool. I can't even just go to the corridor or the new building. So, Lost Soul is over... No, it's over at the diving board.
よし
Lost Soul number 1.
よし
Yosh.
これはよし
Then cue the ghost. Loving the fish design. What if we have to shallow scoop the water? Suspensive act. Suspensive act 1. The bucket, scoop up some pool water.
やってみるか
Failed the first time on an 89%. We got the 11% chance of failure. That's slightly over 1/10, so it's not impossible. As the vampire faction in Elford would say,
よし
you gotta go after the nines. So, since we already have more than enough HP to survive this, we pretty much took every single option there was the last time. What if I scoop up shallow water? Will there be a tooth floating in the shallow water?
やってみるか
Scooping the shallow water is one option we didn't take. A small amount of water. More. So shallow or deeper is basically half fill the bucket or fully fill the bucket. It's phrased awkwardly, shallow water or deeper water.
やってみるか
We just had to make sure. We basically went everywhere there is to go. And we weren't able to actually find this missing fourth tooth. There's not so many places it can be. We got the one here. One in the Inari statue. One is on the bulletin board. We wiggle our finger in the little crack that feels warm and moist. Ribbon floating in a bucket of water.
ここ
But there's no lost soul in the ribbon. Moldy.
ここ
Nothing in the background, nothing in the sky. So that's one. We can go back to the pool. What if I go back to the pool? Does anything change if I turn right back around?
よし
That'd be an interesting thing if it turns out that if you don't go back, the game plays as normal. If you turn back around, well, there's no reason to. You find some short-lived bonus something. Maybe the ribbon is gone. Maybe there's somebody here who shouldn't be here. Nobody here? No one here? No one here. And then curtains are drawn, and there's our beloved staring at us in the window. You know, I just realized this is the first note where the people in the notice didn't die. Think about that. Every single time we get a note, the victim listed in the note does die. The Departed's notice. Student council, I will kill you tonight. I'm watching hiding in the school. Every single time somebody was listed, the ribbon, the pianist, the gold prize, they all ended up dead. We couldn't save them. If I save here, and then we leave, give them a call. I can't leave yet. Hi, Moshi Moshi. Bring him, Mr. Konaway. We're too savvy to take the lesser options. Okay, let's go out and try to find them. We'll go room to room again on the off chance. Just as they aren't here. Maybe by taking so long to go through these rooms, I fucked myself over. The Shing come to where the past and future connect. She does this to ensure that I don't look anyplace else in the school. I'm gonna check all these doors in case there's another tooth in one of them. You never know. There's only so many interactable spots, and these teeth are only found in interactable spots.
これは
What? Something stuffed into the red crack. Touch the crack. Touch it. Stick your finger into the crack. Lukewarm. Damp. Something bit me. Can we get more teeth if we finger the hole?
うん
We can't get more teeth from the hole.
よし
We could look in the bathroom. No one in the restroom. We can't... Well, we can apparently go up if we press that. Looked on each floor and got no tooth. Then there's gonna be the ghost girl over here. Squeaku, Squeaku, the red doll girl. I have some thoughts that have been percolating, and I'll get to them when the relevant part of the game brings them up. Place bell rings my. The my is enigmatic. My what? There's a spot on the ground there.
ふん
1, 2, 3. It was on the floor in front of me the whole time. It was on the floor in front of me. Here I was trying to puzzle out, okay, what did I do? What did I miss? I simply missed the shiny spot on the floor. So we'll get through this in no time then. And that's it. 4 of 4 then. That's all the teeth for this chapter.
よし
Level up. Spirit increased by 3. Himeko and Michiho have new entries now. Four of 4 teeth. It really was just right on the floor. It was right there. How did I miss it right there? So let's see our new entries. Himeko and Michiho.
死の予告状
All
知り得
pages
た何者な
unlocked.
のでしょうか
Likes reading, likes her favorite novel. Likes award-winning authors and dislikes horror-related content. Aww.
死人の噂私は興味あるな
Likes observing insects. Likes butterfly earrings. She's got... Yeah, of course she would have stats because she joined us very briefly for one part of the previous. Likes cute insect goods and dislikes people who can't take jokes. Do you think that means she's one of those online people who are very edgy And they're like, what? So you can't take a joke? I can't make jokes about... Nah, she's not one of those types. Let's go save him. Now that we got the tooth we lost yesterday. There's nothing left to do but to finish the chapter, then go on to the next. We have to wait for him to put everything together. The bell is ringing. Na 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 na. I don't know if it matters which one we choose to say first. I don't think it makes a difference. And I think there's a very specific plot reason why it makes no difference. I'm still pretty sure that those health centipedes are not at all venomous to humans. But they're the ones freaked out about it. I'm pretty sure that every single one of those bugs are human safe. See, because I missed one on the floor, one of the possibilities I was thinking of is maybe if we went for Dorio first, then we rescue her, find a tooth under her, pocket it, take her outside, and then get Michio. I don't know. Something weird like that, because I couldn't quite find where the tooth was, and I thought I checked everywhere. It turns out it was just right in the corridor. I must have walked so far to the right so fast that I must have missed the shine spot behind the foreground pillar. But this is great. By half an hour, we've caught up to where we were. In half an hour, we got all 4 teeth. I think what I'm going to do then is I'm going to not buy... Well, I can't buy the thing anyway because the option to purchase is gone. So we get to carry these 4 lost souls over to the next chapter. Ask them everything. Just gotta go through the motions of what we did yesterday. The things I do for teeth. Why us? Because they're close to us. But I have other thoughts. Give us the lyrics. Come to think of it, have people not associated with the grudge of the ghost been attacked before? Because for these other ghosts, the only people who have been attacked have been the people who had bullied them in life, and us for chasing after the ghost. And these two, who are also investigating stuff, so maybe... But I have other thoughts. He's really hyping up these two girls, too. What if the both of them are the departed? We're running off the assumption that one person is who the departed is hiding out as, right? Is the departed really hiding out in our school? Pretending to be human. Do you know who they are? A cautious foe disguising themselves, leaving no clues at all. Try deducing the departed's true identity with us. They target those close to me. How they know my circle of friends, who I'm close to. Psychic connection is basically all I need. It doesn't help us out. But it's a possibility because we're ghosts and ghosts can do anything. Mr. Konoe, the headmaster, we had sus on at first. Ritsu's funny because she's very anti-supernatural, so it'd be a fun way to hide someone. Abe is big sus. He knows some things that are obvious if he reads Oops Arts magazines, but a lot of things he has no reason to know. And so Abe is big sus for me. But then what about Himeko and Michiho both? Because we have two ghosts haunting the school. We have the grotesque monstrosity that devours spirits, calls me darling and wants to marry me, and says it wants to eat until it can be beautiful and be loved. And there is also the doll. What if I go for these options? What if I go for Michiho? There's no way Michiho? Working through options, gotta consider all possibilities. She gets it. She gets it. So, that's the same thing we got when we selected Abe. They didn't speak up, but it still gave us I don't have enough clues to deduce the departed's true identity could impress on the investigation. And here they'll talk about their curse and the origin of their curse. If they are both the departed, we're giving them lots more information. Naomi and Manabe killed by spirits, Diamond in the hospital, the female doll, the visions. They know the red doll, the red dress doll, who was in the clock tower and gave them their curse marks. Female doll in a red dress on the altar, sitting there. Gave us chills, so we got out of the tower. But they were already cursed. We're the only ones who can see Michiho's white hair and Himiko's mark on her face. Other people can't see them. Other people can't see them, and people can't tell who the departed is, right? It could be these two were marked by the ghost. And they haven't had any particular misfortune for having these curses bestowed on them. Himiko's got a mark on her face. Michiho has her hair turned white, but nobody else could see it. And apart from the regular hauntings, nothing really has happened to them outside the ordinary. Do you think the departed's true identity is the doll? And so here's where it connects, right? If the departed is the doll, if the departed is two spirits, maybe the humans that the departed hides out as is two people. And what if it's the two people in front of us? What if the way the story goes is that two girls from the student council, the president and vice president, went to the clock tower under innocent intents to look around because they want to restore the clock tower for the school's 70th anniversary or whatever, right? And in doing so, they unearth the doll, they unseal it, they release that evil. And so they've died. These two girls are already dead. But for whatever reason, the departed is split within two natures. Maybe there is the doll that was meant to contain it, and the malevolence that is represented by the more grotesque one. Its interior and exterior self split in twain. Or maybe the doll was there to seal a further evil, that the grotesquerie is the evil and the doll is a seal, and they're both released. It could be something like that, right? But either way, we could have two spirits who killed two girls, and now those two spirits are hiding as those two girls. And I think if we follow that train of thought, because look at that, right? Look at them both. Look at them. The grotesque one calls me darling, wants us to be married, wants to eat enough that she can become beautiful and be loved, and keeps talking about how if we survive, then we really will be married. And the doll is kind of dressed like a bride, in red instead of white, but it looks like she's got a pretty rose-covered bridal gown and a veil. And we have Michiho here, who is covered in bugs. Her earring, her pins, are all about bugs, and the grotesque departed is covered in bugs, and Himiko is more demure. And so I think that the living doll is her. That's what I think. I think the doll is of two natures, and these two girls are those two natures. Evil spirits sealed in the clock tower have come out. And that was our fault. What if the two spirits are working against each other? What if it's not an interior and exterior self? Because isn't the lore of the first game that the Kujo family crafted these dolls to take the place of a sacrifice? And so these dolls had spiritually sealing powers, but they sometimes go malevolent. And that's why this doll keeps giving us hints. The Departed doesn't want us to actually solve the case. The Departed wants to feast. And this doll keeps giving us hints. Hints that are critical to our survival. So maybe they're not the same thing, an interior-exterior self, but opposing forces. The doll and the malevolence. And so maybe they still represent the same people. Maybe bug-covered Michiho is the bug-covered malevolent monstrosity, and Himiko is the Demir doll, and they're supposed to be opposing forces, but they are still intrinsically linked, and so cannot be separated right now yet. And then maybe that's why Michiho is trying really, really hard to put sus on the red doll and calls us later about, would you, if I was a Departed, could you go against I? I'm asking because what if it's Himiko? She's trying to prep us to go against Himiko because she is the grotesque one who is trying to get well filled out to be beautiful and loved. Maybe that's what this is then. She does call us our rival very early on in Chapter 1 and doesn't want to help us until we can see the gray hair. That we could see not a curse mark, but a mark exposing the fact that these two girls are dead and spiritually possessed. What is the purpose of a curse mark if nobody else could see it? And if it doesn't actually bring misfortune for 2 months? This is their tell. This is their tell that only the spiritually sensitive could see. That marks both of these as not human. I think we've solved the game. I think this is I have full belief now. Abe is just some Chunibyo kid who's got really good guesses. If he really did have psychic sight, he would have seen the mark. He would have seen the gray hair. And he doesn't. I think this is it, folks. I think that this case is cracked. We have 2 spirits who have replaced 2 dead girls. And they were the ones before me. And that's also why these are the only 2 victims mentioned in a note that have not died. Ribbon, pianist, gold medal, gold prize. Every single victim died. It couldn't be helped. These 2 victims were noted in the note and they did not die. Right? We saved them because they were already dead. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we have 2 ghosts that were unsealed from the clock tower, killed 2 girls, disguise themselves as those 2 girls, and that's why those 2 girls bear the mark. Not a curse mark, but these 2 are actually ghosts, don't trust them mark that only super spiritually sensitive folk could see. Michiho is also very flirty with us. I forget the exact order, but we had to compliment her hair in the first case, right? And that was before we saw The Departed. Maybe that's when Michiho started to fixate on us. When The Departed started to fixate on us, I mean. What if I, as a Departed, can beat her? If Hime turned out to be The Departed, it'd make me feel depressed. I want to talk to you. I'd have no choice. Only option. More people will die if The Departed is allowed to continue existing. We have to take them down. This feels like something of an anime trope too. Like I've seen it before, where the thing that's really the evil thing is like, yeah, we gotta take down the evil, don't we? And it's the evil thing being sad and having to ask that because they don't want to lose their friends. They don't want to be seen as an evil thing. But in those animes, it's more like they're a creature or a demon or something that is seen as evil, but they're really not. Just give them a chance. I think this is foreshadowing that Michiho is the bug-covered, grotesque monstrosity Departed. And she's trying to make us think Himiko, Himiko, Himiko. We're getting close to the end of the case. We're building up more clues that will quickly come to the point where we have to peg one of these two girls as a Departed, and she wants Himiko's name in the back of my head. Save their souls if they become spirits. She's happy to hear that because she herself is a spirit. She wants me to go after Himiko and leave her alone. She wants to live. She wants to be beautiful. Maybe she thinks that if she eats enough, that she gets to have enough spirit in her to become human. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the motivation. She's doing all this so that these Onryos, who have all this grudge, can be purified. And when she eats those purified souls, and she gains more purification, she's hoping she could reincarnate. She's hoping she could live again as Michiho Kinukawa. And if she can't have a pure spirit, she'll take a living one. A living being. And that's why my friends are at risk. And so maybe it makes her happy to know that even if we can't go after Himiko, if we do find her, that we'll at least give her purification. And this catches us up to where we were yesterday. Because as soon as we saw that chapter 4 end card, I was aghast. I was crushed. Because we were short one tooth that was just on the corridor floor. The smiles of the two girls I saved tonight. Chapter 4, The Departed's Presence End. The Departed's Presence. The two girls featured very heavily in the short intermission chapter. They are the Departed. It's their presence. Chapter 4 End. Hospital. The hospital's dead. That's good. That means not too many people are sick or injured. Oh, that's not Diamond. I was hoping Diamond was discharged.
おじさん、こんにちは。
Suzu Morimaya. This is also one of our friends from the first game, right? A grade schooler, also one of the mark bearers. I don't remember her as much as the others. She was in Aita's? Which one was Aita? Which case was he involved in? That wasn't Shimio's, was it the payphone one? Today's your school's anniversary. I still gotta replay the first Death Mark. I streamed it way back when, but that was before I started saving VODs, because I'm a shy guy, alright? One, I was super depressed the first year of streaming, because streaming was basically therapy for me. I had just had a catastrophic breakup, my life goals were shattered, I was laying in bed all day, and I knew that I had to do something. I had to do a daily routine to drag myself out, and if I had a daily routine, that's a start. That's a daily routine where I need to be presentable, I need to drag myself out of bed, I have to do something, right? But they were still pretty dour times for me, and I had no confidence in my stream, so I saved nothing. So at the very least, we have to do a Giddy Prince rewind for Spirit Hunter Death Mark 1. Especially since, while I remember lots of big things about Spirit Hunter Death Mark 1, I completely forgot about Suzu, and I can't remember exactly which case that Suzu and Eita were part of. I'm pretty sure it's the payphones? But also it's a fun game, with some pretty grotesque spooks. So, it'd be worth giving it the same treatment we gave Long Live the Queen, and replaying it and rediscovering it again. His confidence comes from me having to be the one to do it. He's just gonna look stuff up online for me. Hey, MP83. Who I got killed this time. That's the funny thing, MP. The Chapter 4 intermission case is one wherein nobody dies. Yesterday I thought, oh great, for once everybody lives, the victims don't actually die this time. But the victims don't actually die, MP. That is spooky. That's honestly the spookiest thing. Because for each of the 3 prior Departed's notes, every single victim we tried to save, well, the first one died before we got involved, so either way, everyone we tried to save died. Everybody mentioned in the notes died. Except for this once. This once it said the student council was going to die. This once we managed to save the victims. That's not right. So, I think the 2 student council girls are the departed MP. I think that our closest allies in the school, the both of them, are dead. And because that was the middle of the game intermission short episode, that reveals their curses, that reveals, or that reinvigorates the protagonist at his lowest, I think is trying to set us up for the betrayal. I think it's setting us up because he's at the point now where one of his friends is in the hospital. He feels that he's only bringing harm to people. He's feeling depressed, he's feeling demoralized, he feels that he has to do it alone. And then comes these 2 girls that he rescues, who have helped him out on previous cases. And he's like, these shining children, their sense of justice, their smiles. I now feel that I need to take on this departed, I can do it. And they're gonna be the betrayal, man. We still have to see whether they are both the departed, if the departed is a internal and external split element, or if we have competing forces between the doll and the grotesquerie, with Himiko being the doll, Michiho being the grotesquerie, and them being opposing forces that are still intrinsically linked. I'm leaning towards the latter, because the grotesque being has tried to kill. It sets these spirits to attack people, and either we purify the spirits who it then eats, or we don't and it eats our friends instead. And the doll has been giving us very helpful hints, so I believe they're opposed. And thus giving us very helpful hints is specifically to make the souls more delicious for the departed. So I think it's them. We have two spirits, we have two girls with curse marks. So, I'm all on board the nobody died because they were already dead train. And what could be spookier than that? Also, Wempy, you were saying that you're considering picking up the Spirit Hunter games because they look cool. Suzu here is from the first game. It's one of his friends that he helped out in the first game. And I think if you dyed her hair pink... Yeah, Suzu, the girl in front of us. If you dyed her hair pink and gave her ears, she'd be a shoo-in for Nasu. She's already got the ribbon in her hair. You just gotta make that a green ribbon. The only guarantee in life is death, kid. Can she trust us? And we say the only guarantee in life is death. Can I trust you? The only guarantee in life is death. Of course she could trust us. We helped break her curse in the first game. We're not gonna tell an elementary school grade schooler that the only thing you can trust is people die. He didn't get to tell Aita to stay out of the case. That's fine. And he stays at home anyway, just browsing the internet for me, so he's safe. Regardless, he's safe. Suzu Morimaya added to the character file. Does it say which case she was involved in? Because I'm pretty sure it was a haunted payphone? Calm girl. Saved her life in a bizarre case. Okay, so it doesn't specify. I need to replay the games to remind it of which one she was in. Considers Eita her older brother and relies on him. Entry is incomplete. If she's shown up now, and the entry is incomplete, maybe she's gonna help us out tonight then. Diamond's still comatose, but that is okay. Comatose is alive. In the middle of Spirit Hunter NG, one of your friends ends up comatose. If you choose a purification option, it's either comatose or dead. Comatose is a better option. Won't pull out so long as the departed still exists. You think that might be a conflict later in the game? If I'm correct, and both Himiko and Michiho are the departed, or at the very least, are dead beings, then maybe it's, do you destroy Michiho so that Diamond could live? Or do you say, sorry Diamond, sucks to be you, pull the plug, because Michiho's cute and has huge tits? If she is the Departed's been talking about how if you survive to the end, you get to marry her. She has said if she eats, she could be loved, she could be beautiful. That's what I'm saying, MP. I think she is the one who bites. I think that grotesque monster is Michiho. I've got ideas running through my head, man. I think that quite possibly her motivation is that she wants to become human again. She's an evil spirit who was sealed in the clock tower. And if she eats enough purified souls, or if she eats enough living beings, that maybe she believes she might become the girl she's possessing. We don't know yet. I'm just making this up as I go along, but that feels like a very compelling reason to me. That feels like a motive to why she's having these ghosts attack people. And then we come in, and we purify the ghost, and then she eats the ghosts. I think she wants to live again. It's probably a Beetlejuice situation. The one who bites wants to live as Michiho. I'm going to be very surprised if that's not the case, because I convinced myself of this fabricated story. Teach a class this afternoon. If I do end up ditching this country with the way it's going, the way my great-grandfather ditched Italy when Italy began to go too fascist, then this is going to be the closest I get to actually teaching. Because the choice for me right now is, do I buckle up and try to continue my credentialing like I abandoned so many years ago, or do I get out while the going's good? And I can't even escape to Saipan or Guam if I do take the flee option, because that's still considered US territory, so we're still bound by the federal government. So maybe it's flee to Palau, try to fix up what we got going there because it's a smaller country with fewer people. And then once we have security there properly, push hard for more Pacific independence. So many options to work with. The students are doing less fine. That's because he's basically just telling them stories that aren't exactly tied to the curriculum. And so none of this is going to be on the test. It's just like Kara no Sojo. Kara no Sojo, you're also investigating the death of students in another prestigious school, but in Kara no Sojo, it's an all-girls school. And you fill in as a history teacher, but because you're simply a detective who was once married or engaged to an archaeologist, you have a good grasp of history, but you don't have a good grasp of pedagogy. And so the first thing they bully you about is, that was a nice lecture, but that had nothing to do with what's going to be on the test, from the students themselves. Fidgeting students that can't focus on class. Well, look, the students should be fine now. The Kashima case, they had a note saying Golden Prize would be killed, and even though somebody was killed, it was none of the students. A note had come and gone, and no student had died. That should put their minds at ease. The note after that, we got at night, we told nobody about. Again, everybody's lived. As far as these students know, the previous note was a dud. Put their mind at ease. The previous note was a dud because nobody died. There hasn't been any notes since. These kids are safe. It's been like a week. No note, no death. Hurry up and close the case. This makes me feel like the game is going to be coming to a close soon. The previous chapter was short, tiny, it was like an intermission middle of the game chapter. So, this isn't going to be the final chapter, but I feel like it's going to be coming up pretty soon. It's going to be building up towards it. The departed might be someone close to me. I had big sus on Abe because Abe knows too much. He knows some things that he would have known if he reads Upart magazine. The fact that Purinsu Gini is actually Kujo Masamune. Yeah, the spirit doctor. If he reads Uparts, he would know that because Moe Watanabe writes about that in her articles. She's made me famous. Knowing about Kashima, about Hanako, those are the rumors going around school. Any student would know that. But there's also some things he knows too much about. The very same MP. So Abe is high on the sus list. But if it is someone close to us, Abe is not very close. I'm pretty much all in now for Michiho and Himeko. Asking teachers and students alike about the people involved in the incident, but fruitless. Small talk, wasted effort. Perfectly duplicate that person's looks, memories, and personality. It sounds pretty impossible when they exchange vows with their dear husband. Death or a fate worse than that. Yeah, especially given that if it is those two,
死の予告状
17,
生徒会副会長は
16,
絹川美
and Kujo,
本名は九条正宗だが
age unknown in his 40s. He looks young, but he is actually in his 40s. 1, that's a major gap. 2, they're still teenagers! There's a boom. Who's chosen to rush over to help us despite the warnings? Woman in a white coat. Is that... There was a neurotic researcher woman or something in a white coat towards the end of Spirit Hunter Death Mark 1, right?
ど
Yeah,
うも
yeah. I remember her. Madoka Hiro? See, MP, this is real waifu material, at least I think. Something of... Look. Neurotic professionals with dark hair, okay? Whether it's a British ex, whether it's Yennefer from The Witcher. So I have a type. Oh, that's no fair, Rampy. Who doesn't like Clussy? Clussy is Clussy. The other year, when boyfriend was still ex-boyfriend, we went to see the Circus Vargas when it came to town. And I'm not gonna lie, might not be clown, but acrobat's pretty close, right? One of the acrobats they had at the circus was actually so cute that I was stricken, and I was really, really tempted to do a meet and greet afterwards, since they do hang around, meet the fans in the audience after their show. It was tempting. That acrobat was really cute and a very a very androgynous, ambiguous way, where you can't tell, is this acrobat a boy or a girl, cis or trans, binary, non-binary? Who knows? Who cares? Because damn, that's a cutie. Can't handle paranormal phenomena all that well, so of course she's gonna help us out. I have got to break myself off of neurotic, dark-haired cuties that have no hesitation to insult me. So Hiro, why are you here? Because Diamond asked. From beyond the grave, in the event something happens to him, he has to come help you. I feel like Diamond would have possibly died, right? He had to have. I don't know. Because the scapegoat for that chapter was Sho. But then again, if one gets eaten and one ends up in the hospital, he could have ended up the scapegoat if he was the one we didn't take, maybe? So maybe it would have been in that chapter. Either Sho gets eaten and Diamond goes to the hospital, or Diamond gets eaten and Sho goes to the hospital. Oh, MP. I love The Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. That came out, what? In my depressed teen years or my depressed post-high school year. And, back then, catching it on TV was mostly a, this is weird and makes me feel more depressed thoughts, but I kinda like it kind of movie. And in subsequent years has become something of a comfort movie to me. I like Steve Zissou. I like that movie. As far as Wes Anderson movies go, I love The Life Aquatic. I love, The Grand Budapest Hotel. Those ones are tops for me. And then, of course, The Fantastic Mr. Fox and Isle of Dogs are great. But I put Fantastic Mr. Fox a bit higher than Isle of Dogs. The Royal Tenenbaums are pretty alright. And especially when Dad was in his final sick hospice months. Put a greater appreciation for the Royal Tenenbaums. I'm pretty sure that Madoka was part of the Kanon case, in which case, she's already been involved in something a whole lot more dangerous than this school. Another deviation from the note targeting the student council is that there wasn't a specification of what spirit would kill them. Just, student council, I'm going to kill you, ha ha ha, The Departed. Not only did they survive the encounter, the only victims to survive the encounter, but there was no third-party spirit involved. Because of course the Departed is not going to kill themselves. They were basically laid as a trap for me. I don't know about different from any other spirit I've encountered. They remind me a whole lot of the big bad guy from the first game. Although, passing as human is unique to this one. Except for in Spirit Hunter NG. There's another spirit that disguises itself as human in Spirit Hunter NG, but the twist is, you're never going to know about it. If you play the game and you get the good ending, you're never going to know that there is a spirit that disguises itself as human. It's only if you get the bad ending and you take a certain option of the bad ending that you find out who is also a dead being disguised as a living being. It has no bearing on the plot, but it does. I guess it kind of foreshadows the possibility that this is a thing that could happen, and then this game happens, and it's a major part of the game where this thing happens. She's gonna get herself involved in this. She's not gonna take no for an answer. She's gonna give us her ugly face. Going to disregard my feelings? They're already having a lover's argument. I'm gonna make that Suzu edit. I might as well. It wouldn't be too hard of an edit. Just either I put a sloppy marquee around it, or I try to like select all of this color, and then because there's a lot of dark color, selects all the color, never mind, deselect, put the sloppy marquee around it. New layer, pink, paint bucket tool, drop the opacity, put some sloppy ears, and it'll be the easiest thing in the world. It'd be the easiest thing in the world because I don't exactly promise quality when I make those quick and sloppy Krita edits. Good head on her shoulders, Hiro? Yet. Maruka joined the investigation. Pharmaceutical researcher. Friends since saving her life during a bizarre case like all the other Mark Bears. A person who hates things unexplainable by logic. Willingly risked her life to sate her curiosity. Oh, what's her stats? She's probably gonna be maximum intelligence. 18 intelligence. Dexterity isn't as high as Diamond, but 15 is still pretty good. Her calculator gives +2 intelligence. Only +2 though. Oh, as long as we're here. Bag enhancement gives a +4 for suspensive acts. Favorite bag +3. That's the only sacred object we can get. We could just keep on upgrading the bag over and over. Oh, my charger isn't charging the tablet again. How sad is it that I have to tape down my charger to make sure my tablet actually stays charged? Lost soul status? This is gonna be a fuller chapter than the previous one was. There's gotta be 8. 8 lost souls this chapter? And the lost souls you collect carry over. So I'm thinking I might have screwed myself over by getting the +1/+1 bag enhancement. Because things are only going to get more expensive too. When we have maybe the older dame from the first game come over with a whole buttload of new sacred objects. Faculty room. Let's drop a save for chapter 5 opening and find out who the new ghost is going to be. Let's check on the kids first, who I suspect are the 2 ghosts disguised as humans. There's nobody here. Faculty room then. Mr. Konoe is away at the moment. If Ritsu was going to tell us about the notice, I don't think she's going to be involved as an actual participant, as a partner though. All pages unlocked, but she's got no stats. If she's got no stats, then she's not going to join me. A report or something like that earlier, and she threw it in the trash because she thinks it's a childish prank. Again. Even if ghosts don't exist, if we accept that there is no departed, that there are no spirits, every single time a note appears, one of their kids goes missing. They gotta take that seriously, don't they? Even if Ritsu doesn't believe in the supernatural, she's got to believe that there's a connection between a note threatening the students and a student going missing each time, every time. That I took them out. They went missing. I brought them back. I didn't take them out. Mere coincidence the students disappear when notices were issued. Ugh. Even if that's the case, she can't just discard it. She's gotta respond to pranks that make students disappear. Even if the disappearance is nothing more than they ran away scared. What if it's not Ghost? What if it's not just them running away? What if there's a bad man that is threatening the school? And every time they ignore a notice, the bad man takes a kid away. That is incredibly mundane and very realistic. Ritsu is putting her children's life at risk here. I admired her professionalism at first, but now this is just ridiculous. This is being so stubborn. When actual lives are at stake, even if ghosts weren't part of the story. Ask her to at least cooperate. I don't feel like I could reason with someone who's already put a brick wall before me. And if I'm delicate, I've done delicate. All that does is me looking incredibly wishy-washy as I try to dance on eggshells that I'm going to step on. A very fair request. She doesn't have to believe in this. We're hired because students keep going missing. Let me do my thing, I'll let you do yours. I don't have it with me. It's in the trash, and today's incineration day, you better be quick to throw it away. Was it Abe? Kakuta. From the disciplinary committee. We've seen the disciplinary committee guy once. There was a giant gorilla of a student standing like this in the background. And you speak to him, and he's talking about doing patrols or whatever as part of the disciplinary committee. Basically, Gamagura in all but name. He looks like a gorilla. Strapping, well-built boy. In the karate club, even. They have the karate club guy in the disciplinary committee. How sad is it that I knew exactly how to handle her? What has life put Guinea through that he knows that supplication or cooperation won't, or what was it? What are the other options? That those other options, trying to be diplomatic, won't work as well as whatever, let's just do this. This is my job, this is yours, you don't have to like it. We're hitting on high. No. No. To the student council room. A mark that nobody else but us can see. For a curse that across 2 months has brought them no disadvantage. She's dead. That's not a curse mark. This is a ghost mark that only those spiritually sensitive could see. It's right there out in the open, so it makes you think, is it her? Is she suspicious? She's got this mark on the face, but it can't be. That'd be too obvious, right? That'd be too obvious. It's the double red herring, folks. It puts it right out there in the open, so you think it's suspicious, but then you think it is too suspicious, there's no way it could be that. That. He's in 2C. There's 8 lost souls for this chapter. What are the odds that we can start finding lost souls now? We can go in all the classes. Let's see what her idle animation is first. I don't think we saw Michiho's idle animation for the brief time she followed us, did we? I don't think so. She gets her stretches in, because she is... Oh, we don't have her stats yet. She's older than 25, and after 25, everybody starts falling apart. Ooh, going home together. Oh, big brother, little sister. Maybe they're not literally Oni-chan and Amoto, maybe that's just their kind of relationship that they got. I think it is literal. Going home together as students, as siblings to the same house. Who look like siblings. The grunt test? Alright, MP. Let's do the grunt test. Okay. Now, to really sell the test, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the recording scene, actually, which is just... Where's the desktop recording? There. We'll make it just a black screen. It'll still capture the desktop audio, but now it's going to open it to the imagination. Yeah. There's end, there's end, and then there's end, for when it's a really special end. But for now, we'll just do the black recording screen for the grunt test, as you put it. Open your imagination, close your eyes. Okay, at first I did notice she's got that little softer, which is nice. But she's putting a whole lot more moans into that. This is... They knew what they were doing with this one. Now, Twitch doesn't... I do some decent rules lawyering for what game is permissible for stream. Every time they change the community guidelines to specify something or change something, I'm right there pouring through what the standards are for streamable games to make sure that a game can be streamed. In general, no real humans showing real human body parts, whether it's a streamer themselves or whatever it is you're streaming. So, no video game that has real actors showing body parts. No actual porn, for one. And if the game does have sex, if the game does have tits, if the game does have ass, whatever, if it's not real people, if it's a drawing, if it's character models, if it's artistic, that's okay as long as you're not really emphasizing it, as long as you're not trying to make it the focus of the stream. But that extends to the grunts too, right? They don't want you emphasizing or putting too much focus on the characters making sex noises. So for full legality, that's not just emphasizing sex noises, that's their actual running around sound. Twitch. It's them running around and them being out of breath as they run around. This is Twitch legal. It's within the community guidelines because it sounds funny, but it's not actually sex. But it really does sound like sex with her. They gave her some interesting direction with her grunts. There, Class 2B. Just to get back to where we were before doing the the grunt test MP wanted. Nobody in 2B or in 1B. And no lost souls either. It just says go outside and continue the investigation in other places. Boyfriend and girlfriend. More of that mold. So, I was opining yesterday how weird it is that even in the new building there is so much mold and decay. I can understand the old building because the old building hasn't been used in forever. But even in the new building art room, the canvases are covered in mold, and the students' paintings have moths chewing away at them. And in the swimming pool is covered in algae, and the benches are either covered in mold or covered in dead bugs. And so, even in the parts of the school that are used every day, it feels as if it hasn't been used in forever, which made me wonder, maybe the entire school is dead. Maybe the school itself hasn't actually had living occupants in forever, and everyone we're speaking to is a dead being masquerading as a living one. But maybe it is just the Departed's influence, because the Departed is associated with mold and they're associated with bugs. So maybe the more they roam around, the more access they have to the school, that's more of their mark they are leaving, their corruption. An outbreak of mold in the school. Press the thing! I'm pressing B, that's why. Club activities halted. Have Hiro check the girls' bathroom. No teeth, no teeth, and no teeth here. The lost souls are supposed to be found in cursed and haunted places, but you never know. There could have been some bad stuff happening there. No business in the corridor now. So until the investigation opens up properly at night, you just gotta go where they want me to go. Could I go upstairs to the 3rd floor? Michiho. I can go to the 3rd floor. Wanna watch some butterflies together. Aww. Third floor just now. Is a new notice targeting the Karate Kid or something? Why don't we just ask her directly who the target is? If I'm right, if she is the actual Ghost. That 2nd floor corridor has to open up at some point. Gotta check them all. One of these days, these minor investigations are going to have something. And the day that I don't check them is the day that they will have a tooth.
Yoshi.
Maybe it's not going to be until the final investigation. That could be a thing. Maybe the final investigation is going to be a school-wide thing. And then the corruption or the hauntings are going to influence the new building too, and then there'll be things to find it. Because you could see the more mold in the hallway too, like when I go back outside. It's like, yeah, it's growing more on the boards of the wall, on the doors. You could really tell it's getting. I bet if I went back to the first couple of chapters, when I could roam through these hallways more freely, they probably won't have as much of this degradation to the wood yet. The cracks on the wall.
ここ
And then there's the S-type girls here. Female senior, female junior. Aww, the junior knows the senior's gonna protect her. The heck are you talking about? I'm not saving you. There goes their relationship. Okay. Kakuta of the Karate Club is on the 3rd floor. Gotta check the bathrooms. So if I do end up like 7 out of 8 souls collected by the end of the chapter, I'll know that there's nothing in these classrooms. And so replaying the chapter to find a missing soul won't take anywhere near as long. Closed curtain. This is where we first saw Abe reading a book here. Man, look at how tall this guy is, where everyone is so short to him. Kakuta here is taller. I think it's more just a Japanese media thing. It's not that he's so tall, because you can see that the other high school boys... The high school boys are as tall as he is. It's just all the girls, even if they're adults, are a head shorter. Ai is about this height. Most of the other girls are this height. And if there's a girl character who is as tall as this high school boy is, then you immediately clock them as that's the tall girl character. This is simply how short girls are in this universe, as a standard rule. It's kind of like the meme. The meme that shows like 3 anime characters standing together. The boy, the girl, the short girl. And their height in centimeters is so close. But their physical, visible height is so different. And of course Madoka is doing the anime girl run too. Arms out to her side. I gotta admit, that's one of my least liked tropes, where if you're a girl who has to run, you're running with your arms sprayed out side to side, as if you're trying to balance 10 purses. I don't know why anime girls universally run that way. Like, boys get to run normally. All the male characters run like Kujo here is running. And I think I understand the historical context for why the Sparrow run or the Naruto run is used. It's basically the idea, it's a theatrical idea, that if you're holding out 2 swords to your side, you're running like this. It goes slash, slash. And so, even when ninjas aren't holding swords, they still run like that, because that's just the idea, that ninjas run like this with or without swords. I don't understand where this comes from, though. Where they have to be dainty, so they run like this with their arms out comes from. Kakuta of Karate. The man is a mountain of marble. He looks like that the real life judo guy. That was it in Kiwami 2? It was one of the early Yakuza games that had the real life judo guy. And this guy has his face, it looks like. In the incinerator. He still has it. Good man, Kakuta. Thank Dorio and Kinokawa. Been asking everyone to pitch in. Oh, that's so nice! The faculty thinks I'm a pedophile hitting on students, but the students, who I barely interact with, are being encouraged to help me out by the student council, who are quite possibly ghosts. To see if I still need anything. This guy's gotta be involved in the case. We saw his bulging muscles just like this as a background character as early as the first couple of cases, I think. As just a random student to talk to. Now he's got a face. Now he's got a name. He's giving us the notice. He's gonna stay behind in 2C. He's either gonna be the victim and doesn't know it, or he's going to be somebody who knows something about the victim or the ghost. You know, it's a good thing I'm not in this school. If I was in this school, the way that I treated, the way I abused everything that I shoved in my pocket, I'd be like, yeah, I got the notice right here. And I would shove my hand into my pants pocket, squeezing it by pencils, by 5 other pieces of homework that are crumpled in there. I'd pull it out, and it'd basically have the consistency of toilet paper from how crumpled up and shoved in and squeezed with everything else it would be. There are many ways you could handle classified documents for disposal. You could burn them, you could shred them. An imaginative way that I did once was to fill my sink with water and then soak the paper in there and then just let it pulp up and drain away. But an easy way to get rid of classified documents is just let child me shove them in his pockets, and they'll practically disintegrate soon enough. Giving off horror vibes. For someone who doesn't do good with horror stuff, she's being very enthusiastic, jocular about this right now. Dear hooligan, Kokuri will kill you tonight. I'm watching, hiding in the school. Your beloved, the departed. Kokuri I don't think I know, as far as ghosts go. And hooligan we don't know either. Who is a hooligan possibly going to be? I don't think we've met a student yet to be classified as a hooligan. The closest was Naomi, and she was the model. Now, I can't claim to know every single Japanese urban legend. I've tried looking it up once, because a lot of these ghosts in this game seem to have a theme. There was some urban legending in the first game, but mostly it was inventive ghosts like Shimiyo or the Kanon. In the second game, in NG, they were based a lot on Japanese folklore. So you had Momotaro, you had a crane, you had Hiroshima Taro. And so I tried looking up, very briefly, some Japanese urban legends. So, Nakamanto's one everybody knows. Hanako-san is very popular. Shows up a lot in anime and things, and showed up in this game too. That was a first ghost. Kuchisake Onna, the slit-mouthed woman. And Teke Teke, Kashima Reiko were combined. So we've had Hanako-san as the first ghost. Kuchisake Onna combined with Teke Teke Kashima Reiko for the second ghost. And looks like the third ghost is going to be Kokuri. Kokuri-san. Japanese game popular during the Meiji era. Similar to Ouija board. Rather than store-bought letters on a planchette, later players write down hiragana characters, place their fingers on a coin before asking Kokuri-san a question. Popular game in Japanese high schools. I think that's also the game that they played in Paranormal Sight for their divination. Kokuri-san tells players a date of their death. Or maybe they could ask Kokuri-san anything, but one must finish the game by saying goodbye to Kokuri-san before leaving. Or by disposing the Kokuri game utensils within a time limit. Kind of like in Phasmophobia. If you don't say goodbye when you use the, when you use the Ouija board, you will have a haunt occur then. So that's 4 things already that's on the list of Japanese urban legends of the Wikipedia article. What else are potentials that future ghosts might have in this game? 1932, Shirokaya department store death. I don't think that's going to involve the high school. And that sounds like there was a department store death in the second game in NG, but that didn't involve kimonos or rented garments. That's just superficially similar. Sony timer. A belief that Sony puts a timer in their electronics, so they break just after warranty and you have to buy a new one. I don't see The Departed using that as a ghostly killing. Akamanto's a classic. That may show up, if not in this case, the next. Cursed Kleenex commercials is basically just the creepypasta thing where, oh, there was a scary commercial, people die, whatever, yada yada yada. Maybe they might have a cursed commercial, but I don't see that being a ghost you can chase. Kokuri-san at least is something you ask a question to, so it's a presence. The Curse of the Colonel. That'd be funny if a Colonel Sanders statue ended up being the next ghost tossed in the Dotonbori River. And it showed up again in, it was unearthed in the 2000s, wasn't it? I seem to recall that Colonel Sanders statue was eventually retrieved. So at this point of the game's timeline, it might still be in the river. We might get the Colonel himself chasing down a student. Ghost taxi passengers in general. Gozu, cow head or ox head. Maybe there's a really ugly student who was bullied as cow-headed or ox-headed, and he's going to be a ghost who's killing the rest of the karate team or something. Hanako-san we've seen. Inokashira Park Curse. A Jealous Benzaiten. Inokashira, was that the park in Kara no Sojo? The human-faced dog. Jinmenken. Maybe. There's all sorts of ways that a dog could have been brought to school, or someone whose dog was killed at school by really cruel students. Kisaragi Station is a funny one because allegedly the point of, what was it? Beyond Sea and Mountain, that game I played last year. The whole point is your girlfriend goes missing, trying to follow up the Kisaragi station rumor. I am maximum disappointment because that is a game that looked really interesting from the onset. And the Steam page puts all their best screenshots there, and they paint a pretty picture about what the game's going to be about. And they don't tell you that the game is just the biggest pile of AI shit. At first, when you play the game, you think, huh, the style looks similar. Is this AI, or is this just a very unfortunate artist whose style is a popular type that AI likes to use for games like this? I kid you not. If you just go through your Steam Discovery queue, and you go through like 3-5 times, you'll see so many porn games that have the exact same lighting and shading, because if there's one thing AI is good at, it's looking exactly like something made by AI. And so at first, for Beyond Sea and Mountain, you think, is this? I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt. There's no notice on the Steam page. Maybe it's just a similar style. And the more the game goes on, the more the style starts to degrade. And not even halfway through the game, it's just, oh my goodness, this is very obviously just AI, and it gets worse from there. It gets worse. It becomes more and more obvious the more it goes on. Because it is not good at making games. And that's on top of the writing being horrific and the ending being nonsense. It is so bad that even the Chinese language reviews were like, I'm only giving this a positive review because it's Chinese made and you gotta support local industry, but this is just AI garbage. You're making the rest of us look bad. Like, that's legit the tone of half the Chinese language reviews. And basically, I'm going on this tangent because the Kisaragi Station urban legend is now soiled forever to me because of that game. Kokori we're seeing in this chapter. Kuchisake Yona we saw in the previous one. Kune Kune is the name of a fuzzy pig type in New Zealand, in Aotearoa. Wriggling body. Distant apparitions seen on widely extended rice or barley fields on hot summer days. I don't think this prestigious preparatory school is going to have a Kune Kune then, if it's basically scarecrow mirages in rice or barley fields, unless there was a student who was bullied for his humble farm upbringings. Living dolls. We already see one of them in the game. Living dolls haunt the entirety of Spirit Hunter. The Red Room Curse. Apparently Twin Peaks was incredibly popular in Japan. Hence Deadly Premonition, and even Link's Awakening was based or inspired in part on the tone of Deadly Premonition, so maybe Red Room. Corner game or square game, Teke Teke, we saw in the previous chapter. Just browsing through, seeing... I'm quite surprised that so many on that list have shown up in the game. Given how brief the list is, that's very clearly not every single urban legend in Japan. But that must be among the more popular ones, if this game, all about urban legends in Japan and popular in Japanese schools, has had so much of the list already, so we might see more of them. Notice for Hooligan. Next victim is Hooligan, the spirit is Kokuri. Try and gather information to lead us to the identity of these two things. So, disciplinary committee is definitely going to know who the hooligans are. Madoka's not even letting him finish. He's got all the interrupting dashes at the end of his sentences while Madoka has all the ideas for what to do in the investigation. Madoka isn't the assistant. We are her assistant now. Yeah, is all we could say. This is your operation, don't make me handle everything alone. I like her. She's cut me off every time I try to speak, I hold my tongue. Hero's plan of attack is basically what I would have suggested. His name is Shinichi. Shinichi Kakuta. Is that 4-1 Kakuta? Is that true best Kakuta?
死人なんてただの噂ですよね。
Or is this dead one Kakuta? Second year who enjoys karate, more well built than the average jock, part of the disciplinary committee, has a favorable opinion of the protagonist, willing to assist the investigation. That's a death flag. He likes us, he wants to help us, he's not going to live for long. It's gonna turn out that that he has a past. He has a past where he used to be a hooligan, and then he's straightened up, he's mended his ways, he's joined the karate club to get him some discipline, he's joined the disciplinary committee to steer others away from the hooligan past that he started off with. It'd be all too obvious if the game said the next victim's going to be the disciplinary committee or is going to be the karate guy. It says hooligan to drive us away from the fact that it's him. It's not going to give us a cooperative student in the second half of the game and keep him to the end. Prove that the departed won't appear even if I stay here alone. People in the school are wacky. Maybe it's him. He's already going against the grain. His legs are obviously trembling. Old fortune-telling technique? Usually, C says, is there anything beyond the divination game? BF has the exact same belief about Ouija boards. Ouija boards are literally board games. It's literally a toy sold by Hasbro or whatever in stores. But he has a kind of superstitious mind because he was raised in the Jehovah's Witness cult, and so he was raised, even though he's left the cult and doesn't believe in it, he still has a lot of the demons are real, Satan... Well, he doesn't believe that demons are real and Satan's every yada yada the way J-Devils do. But he does have the belief that Ouija boards can bring actual spirits into the house. And so, even though he likes some new agey things, like, he even got himself a little divination pendulum and believed that he was asking Lucifer some questions. And it was a very strained thing in the early part of our relationship because I kept teasing him for that. And he still doesn't like when I find his divination circle and pendulum and I'm like, Lucifer, Lucifer, could you tell me this thing? Why is it just saying yes, 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 yes because the pendulum's going left and right? It's like, stop that! The fortune-telling technique is to ask Kukuri for a question, right? So, there's an entity beyond the divination. Both the name of the technique and the summoned spirit. Rumors referring to the spirit. called by Miss Sakamoto this afternoon. Do you know what she said? We know. Don't get too close to Mr. Prinsu. He doesn't belong here. Okay. Hunting down the departed like I am. Maybe I have it backwards. Because we have one grotesque ghost who is covered in bugs and likes to flirt with us. And we have one doll-shaped ghost who is demure and looks a bit bridal. And then we have one student who is kind of flirty and wears bug jewelry, and one student who is kind of demure and proper. So I assume that Michiho is a grotesque bug-covered ghost, and that Himeko is the demure doll ghost. What if they're crosswise? What if Michiho isn't the grotesque one in opposition to the doll, and she's trying to put Himeko in our heads, so we go after her? What if, despite wearing the bugs, what if Michiho is the doll that is supposed to seal the departed, and demure Himeko with the mark on her face is actually the departed with an extra layer of trying to blend in? And so when Michiho says she's trying to hunt down the departed, she's being absolutely truthful about that. What if she is? There's possibilities. I only have guesses for now. Mr. Kokuri, give us the rumor, and with the rumor, the proper chapter start. There's a rumor like that at Koniyahara Academy.
五章こっくりおじさん
Kokuri Oji-san? Have you ever gone to the corridor? The second floor corridor that's been off limits the entire time. Of course not. That place is restricted. You know why? It's because of the Kokuri Shrine. That place is cursed. As far as shrines go, we've seen the Inari statue in the courtyard, which is weird because Inari statues are usually found in shrines, and this is a school. But also, those Fuda all over the shrine have centipedes. Interestingly enough. I'm not lying, it's the truth. I've even heard stories about it. So there is a shrine on the corridor. Bizarre. One rainy day, some delinquents were hanging out on the second floor's corridor. They were kinda notorious. They were getting in fights on a daily basis. There were even rumors they were into drugs. I do love some, not drugs, but mines on brick building. In my alma mater, the building that the anthropology department was in was this old asbestos-filled building, but the exterior was red brick with green vines on it, and I love that. I graduated a few years back, and then when I went back a couple Halloweens ago with BF, because there was a cheese and wine thing going on. There was an art thing on display, and there was free cheese and free wine, and he and I were gonna visit a haunted house. And we figured, hey, let's stop by my alma mater first. We could have some free cheese, some free wine, looking at the paintings. And they completely renovated the building. I don't mind that they did because, again, old asbestos-filled building. Don't rattle the walls, don't rattle the ceiling. But they tore down all the red brick and the vines and replaced it all with just steel and glass. It went from a nice brick and vine building to steel and glass everywhere. They must have been bored, so they were messing around with the shrine as a dare, laughing with their stupid faces. They were kicking the shrine, scribbling on it, all sorts of things. One of them even put out a cigarette on it. The wind and rain got stronger. The delinquents were about to head back inside. At that moment, they heard a voice mixed with the wind. They turned towards the old shrine, the source of the voice, figuring someone must have been playing a prank on them, except they were the only ones in the corridor. Obviously, they thought they were just imagining things. Those delinquents looked at each other and ran away from the corridor as fast as they could. But that night, the cigarette one felt a pain in his ear. Is it gonna be centipedes in their ears? A strange sensation? Dry? Rough? Oh! Is that mushrooms? Mushrooms growing from his ear. Mushrooms isn't mold, but I'd count it towards akin to the departed's moldy corruption also. There's blonde and then there's that. That is like a yellow highlight marker. The least goriest thing you've been, I'm sure it's just a start. Folded cap of mushrooms look like Mayatake. From his ear to his neck, his cheeks, his chin. You know, this is completely mundane. These are high school teenage hooligans. He probably doesn't bathe. He doesn't wash his face. This is just the end result of having so much dirt and schmutz on his face for months at a time. No trace of mushrooms, but his ear had a really bad infection. The skin rotting away, they had to cut it off. I wanted to see his gnarly full-body mushroom form. The Curse of Kokuri Shrine. So this is a school that right away goes for, it was a ghost, it was a shrine, seal it up. Apparition of a priest who haunts the shrine. Oh, but Ampy, I'm all out of tea. I have to wait until BRB to get more of it. Please stay away from the shrine of the second school. Well, now we gotta check it out, don't we? Look at this. This is what I was talking about earlier. Kujo here is an adult man in his 40s, but he's not exceptionally tall. He's about the average adult male height. Michiho and Madoka alike are girls. 16-year-old girl and about 40-year-old girl. They're the exact same height. That is the maximum height girls are allowed to be in their lives, unless they're specifically the tall girl archetype. My younger brother has brought his Japanese girlfriend home for Christmas once. She's about the same height as other adults on average. If you discount abnormally tall people, like how the Nordic folk tend to grow as tall as redwoods on average, or a few other folk that tend to err on the tall side, seem to be about the planet Earth global average. The shrine has a mysterious voice. Given the Fuda on the shrine had centipedes on it, my money is on Centipede Ghost. She can't think of any hooligans. Izumi, but he's dead. We'll have to ask the karate guy about hooligans, because he's disciplinary committee, he'd know best. I've never seen the person beside you with Shiodate like Mr. Diamond. This is the Departed trying to get more information on who my friends are. So she could put Hiro here in danger as the next scapegoat. You see that? You see that? Amazing and gorgeous assistants. Which one do I prefer? That's not what I meant, oh well. Madoka has great intelligence. I bet you that this isn't just her bantering and being like, Guinea, you're getting close to high school girls? What if she's a departed? What then, you old lout? I think this is some subtle foreshadowing. I think the evidence is stacking higher and higher and higher that Michiho is a ghost. Very likely the departed. Very possibly the ghost in opposition to the departed. But she's definitely a ghost. I fully believe it. She's very chill about the possibility of being the ghost, of being suspected of it. Shinichi Kakuta, a bad teacher, delinquent student. I don't think it's Kakuta, because that was a second-year student that was a delinquent in the group, right? The delinquent student, so whoever that is. How is she going to join us to investigate this haunting if we don't go to places important to the haunting? So let's see, we're on the second floor now. Kakuta's vanished. He said he was going to stay in 2C, yeah? I'll still check room to room on the off chance that some other student stayed behind or came back. He's actually a hair taller, I think. Now tell us who you think the hooligan is. Going to kill hooligan tonight. Izumi the pianist, Horikoshi the model. But what about Gold Prize? Gold Prize was never killed. He's got karate. Why would he be scared? He'll just go to work with these fists. Zolfi would be so proud. Shortkun Go would be so pleased. And the mountain of a man who best embodies the Japanese spirit, Toyama Isao. Except Toyama's a bit cheating because he's got his fist and he's also got his hunting shotgun. I think my favorite two in Extra Power is definitely Sharkun Go and Toyama. Sharkun Go is easy to have #1 best character ranking in, but Toyama I also really enjoyed. They gotta make a game just for Toyama. What would it even be? He wrestles, he hunts, he's a bit of a family man. I also just need more Extra Power. Every so often I look over in Twitter specifically to poke in and spy on Needle Sandman and Akimoto Wagman. And there's never anything new. They're just living their best lives with their interests and hobbies and work. Retweeting and commenting stuff about anime, about tokusatsu, about retro stuff every so often, about cool art and mech stuff that they see, but never new Extra Power stuff. It's been too long now, hasn't it? 2008, the first game, 2016, I think? No, 2012 was Star Resistance, and 2016, 2018, Giant Fist. It's been too long since the last one. Already have, but I bet you know about Hooligans. Yeah, and who might they be? Is he not going to give us any further details? They deserve some punishment. Well, that doesn't give me any names, though. Connecting corridor. The second floor corridor. It says the second floor corridor is off limits, but have they locked the door? We've just been a good guy. What if this corridor has never been locked? And just because the notice says it's off limits, we never thought to go there and look. It's unlocked. It's actually been unlocked the whole time. Let's go to the infirmary first so we can make a save. In case we gotta come back and hunt for stuff. We'll put it here, Chapter 5 opening. Do we go to the first floor connecting corridor? No business in that corridor. So up we go. Whoop, 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 whoop. Excuse me. Now I gotta wiggle around because I gotta find out where these lost souls could be, and if this corridor had an incident. Dour delinquent girl number 1. And there's the old building. Door is locked. Well, there's nothing here then. We got the shrine, we got the delinquents.
Yoshi.
Number of talismans on it, all covered in centipedes. A small gap in the door. Could we wiggle the tooth out? Open the door! Speaking of which, what items do I have? Notice and all my standard stuff. You know, that's not so creepy if it says delinquent girl right there. Maybe a question mark, question mark, question mark, so we think, oh no, is that the ghost? Don't do anything bad to the shrine. We'll leave it alone for now, and talk to her. This is considered tanned. The Japanese. Friendly warning, warn her, leave her be. She doesn't seem like the type who would take friendliness from a stranger kindly. We'll just warn her. I would still consider that pale white, but that is tan apparently. Is kind of why it surprises me to find that in like Dan Da Dan, the main girl's supposed to be something of a Gyaru. Because when I think of Gyaru, I think of like brown tanned, right? Like in the classic game Gyaru Girl, or when you look at like certain media depictions, that is practically brown tan that they go for. And so when it's just you put the toast in the toaster for 2 seconds, it kind of goes over my head then, because I don't see it as being significantly more tan than just walking around in the sun. Oh, we can't do anything else.
これは
So let's open the door. Open the door. Don't do anything bad to the shrine. We're just gonna open it. And it turns out all their cigarettes are there. Oh, jeez, Timmy! Oh, she's got a oh. She's got mushrooms coming out of her. I like the collapsible metal baton. That's a good choice for concealed but powerful weapon for a civilian environment. But gal's got some gills. Suspensive act! That's okay, we got so much HP on the both of us. Terrifying look in her eyes. Clay! Hello to you, Clay. How's it going? How do we deal with this female student? What are our options? Bag. Take the attack, or attack in kind. Hiro has less strength. If we team up together, it's an 88%. 2% better. I think we gotta block the attack first. Use the bag to take the attack has to mean blocking. %, chance of failure. Ah, we got it! Gotta be a bit tense with it because in the previous chapter we got a failure on 89%, I think it was. 11% chance to fail and we took it. Nice. Captures the student's arms. Good option taken. Plus, it's a student. It can't be attacking the students. We have to do it more defensively. Short suspensive act. The mushrooms on her neck vanish. Just like in the rumor, the guy with the gnarly mushroom ear had the mushrooms disappear, but his ear was still rotted. She could have been trying to help us out then. Hanging out on the restricted corridor next to the shrine, trying to warn us away from it. And when we don't listen, she attacks us. That could have been her way of making sure the curse that befell her doesn't befall us. Oh. That's not a centipede. At this point, that's a centurionpede. I thought the legs were supposed to be on the bottom of it. A petri dish used for experiments. That doesn't sound like shrine offering to me then. Maybe this is supposed to be the Kokori-san. Maybe the centipede is a spirit. The red filaments are probably mushrooms. There are mushrooms that have been known to infest insects, some of which are rather highly sought after. Mushroom hyphae growing on the dead centipede. Ophiocordyceps sinensis. Cordyceps, for those of you at home, probably is familiar as a kind of mushroom involved in like zombie ants and things that expanded upon for The Last of Us. Ophiocordyceps sinensis. Wikipedia. Known colloquially as caterpillar fungus, is an entomopathogenic fungus that grows on insects. Mainly found in the meadows above 3,500 meters of the Tibetan Plateau in Tibet and the Himalayan regions of Bhutan, India, and Nepal. Parasitizes a larva of ghost moths and produces a fruiting body which is valued in traditional Chinese medicine as an aphrodisiac. So that's the one that's like the highly valued one that kind of isn't the harvesting of it leading to one thing or another being kind of critically numbered. Naturally harvested fruiting bodies often contain high amounts of arsenic and other heavy metals. With the way the world's going, the same is happening to my rice, and that is my staple crop, and that is practically a hate crime, making them potentially toxic. As a result, their sale has been strictly regulated by China's State Administration for Market Regulation since 2016. Huh. I don't think the delinquents are trying to grow and harvest their own, though. That feels a bit beyond their... I want to say beyond their abilities, beyond their ambitions. What teenager thinks I'm going to grow some cordyceps? I feel like if we need the centipede, we can come back to it, and I'm quite happy to leave it in the shrine and not carry it in my bag. Obtained creepy petri dish. So far, no teeth, though. We're still 0 to 8 for the teeth found in this chapter. Who's smoking? In the high school. This has got to be somebody's cigarette smoke that still clings to their clothes from outside.
待ちくたびれたぞ。
Oh, we knew he was gonna come by eventually. Mashita? Fan favorite Mashita from the first game? If everybody else from the first game was showing up, his time was due. Of course, they saved the fan favorite for the second half of the game. Yeah, you tell him, Madoka. Is that how it is? My hope is that he knows well enough not to smoke inside the school, but because he is a habitual smoker, he just smells like smoke. Yeah, but Mashita, you're old. We're all old now. Back in my day, chewing gum in class was the biggest sin you could commit. And then when I was doing my teacher observation and sitting in with other teachers in their classes, gum is okay. Nobody cares about gum anymore. And the chiller teachers would actually allow you to snack in class as long as you're discreet and not obstructive about it because they understand kids have different backgrounds. This could be the energy they need to sustain themselves. It could be their chance at nutrient. Who are we to deny them as long as they're not disruptive? But the gum thing really blows my mind. Growing up in the 90s, how dare you bring gum to class? How dare? Everyone did, though. That's why Bored Me would pick up the gum under the desk, because everybody chewed gum. In your elementary school, MP, if one student had candy, they had to give candy to everyone? That was also a common refrain. Do you have enough for the rest of the class? Is kind of a meme of its own. I guess by high school for me. In high school, I was in California by then, and of course, they don't take things as seriously. So there was a little bit of the, did you have enough for everybody else? You can't just have one person have it, otherwise it's unfair for everybody else, that kind of thing. So I think if it was growing up, if it was something like candy or snacks, that'd be one thing. A do you have enough? If not, put it away. It was never, do you have enough? If so, give it to everybody else. It's always, do you have enough for everybody else? We know the answer is no. Put it away, wait until break time. Mashita is saying this out of a place of teasy jealousy because you know that everyone is going to ship the two pretty boys together. He used to be a detective and now he's a detective. Yeah, you're at school, Mashita? Mashita would probably be less suspicious than I am, given he's actually a detective. He's an investigator. He's got that clout of, yeah, I'm a creep, but I'm a creep trying to get things solved. Whereas I'm a creep trying to get things solved who's not a teacher, everyone knows isn't a teacher, but is pretending to be a teacher. Mr. Konoe and Sakamoto will not appreciate his presence or methods. Does he have any especially odd methods? He's just a detective character as far as I know from the previous game. In general, doing a spirit investigation, we get up to shady stuff, but I don't recall anything specific to Mashita. Let alone anything Konoe would be uneasy with. Konoe is doing all sorts of don't worry. I've got connections with the hospital. I've got connections with the police. We could make these missing student issues disappear. If anything, Mashita should be turning his attention to investigating Konoe, while we focus on the supernatural. Finished your job, but he's under NDA. Yasuoka asked me to help you out. Yasuoka is the Grand Dame character of the first game, right? And she's who gave Moe Watanabe all the sacred objects to sell to me. Is he here to help me out, or is he here to give me sacred object selling? So far, check it. So far, neither Michiho nor Himiko know about Mashita. So Mashita is very likely not going to be targeted. Masquerading as a student is specifically an assumption. We know they're blending in as a living human. It could be a teacher or a student. But we do think it's a student. Yeah, but if you follow the notices, people die anyway. We keep following their notices and investigating, and people die who are gonna die anyway, but we purify the ghosts so they don't have to eat my friend, and eventually they'll eat enough that they get to be human and we marry them, apparently. We're definitely coming to a close after this previous intermission chapter we did. And the heightened focus on we gotta find the departed. Who's a departed? Who's a departed? If it was I, could you purify them? If it was Himiko, could you purify them? Don't forget your goal, you gotta get the departed. Everyone's a suspect, you gotta get the departed. Direction of the girl on the bed. Oh, don't you worry about it, Mashita. If this is Turn of the Millennium, it's only going to be a few short years until school violence goes on the rise. And Japan's going to enact the Battle Royale program. And then Beat Takashi is going to start hunting down kids on an offshore island. called us hooligans, so I think she was possessed by the spirit of it, I think. Cujo's gone to the same conclusion. You missed that part, MP, when Michiho got possessed at one time. And actually managed to crush the pelvis of that poor plaster statue. You know, if school's already closed and we have this unconscious student in the infirmary, that means she's going to wake up at some point and possibly go on the attack or become a complication. Or she is the hooligan that's being targeted. And this puts her in the building at night. Tricked 2 female students into breaking their curfew. Mashita's a cop. He's not gonna just stand by. Well. Whoever I don't bring with me, keeping an eye on the unconscious girl while I resume the investigation. Okay. Notes made on subject, delinquent girl and the creepy Petri dish. And Satoru Mashita has joined the investigation. I was hoping that Mashita brought some more sacred objects for trade. If the old lady told him to come over here, but the only thing left is a bag enhancement. Maybe we have all the objects there are. And so the only thing left are bag enhancements. Maybe that's it. We still have 8 lost souls to find in the chapter. So, we have middling stats. Hiro has pretty good dexterity, but excellent intelligence. 16's not too bad either. His old oil lighter gives him +2 spiritual power. He'd be at 5 without it. 19 strength and 16 intelligence. So the only thing we really miss out on, if we don't take Hiro, is 15 dexterity, but 13's not too far away anyway. Great strength and pretty good intelligence. But for now, let me see, what else do we have? Creepy Petri dish. Common glass Petri dish for experiments. Creepy because it contains toxic red mushrooms and a dead, parasitized centipede. Mashita, blunt, sarcastic former police detective. Most of his requests involve spirits. He's formed a deep bond with the protagonist. Spirit file. We got the previous chapters, but not this one's. Okay, so it has been about 3 hours. So let me get a long overdue BRB, and I'm sure the cats are kind of ready for the long overdue lunch. I'll give myself a break now, and then that'll give us 3 hours until the start of Dank Movie Night. It's after 12 already, so the vote should have come to an end, and the Dank Movie Bot should be telling us what tonight's movie is going to be. Bubba Hotep. Never seen that one. So we got 3 hours to make as much progress with the investigation as I can before it's Bubba Hotep time. So, let me get more tea, feed the cats, and I'll try to be back. Alright, cats have finished eating. So let's dive right back into game, shall we? We've got our save. There's nothing else to trade. Though I wouldn't mind trading in this chair for one that doesn't sink. Lost soul status. 8 to go. So, let's do it. We gotta ask questions. Find out about this hooligan girl. Find out about this Petri dish. Do you think Himiko wants to see it because she's the departed and she wants to blend in? Or do you think she wants to see it because she is the doll ghost and she wants to find ways to help? I've basically already decided that these two girls are ghosts. And it's a question of which ghost they are, how they're involved. I think it's trying to be a twist. It's trying to be a twist with a couple of instances of subtle foreshadowing. That instead of one ghost blending in as one person, we have two ghosts doing the same. Chat. Started calling Michiho by her first name. Oh yeah, we have. Well, she asked us to. And that is not something without weight in Japanese linguistics. If we call the girl by her first name, and she's comfortable with it, that kind of implies a closer relationship. A lot more than just we're good coworkers, or we're good classmates, or even more than just good friends, right? Michiho will hate me. There's something in there. She's deflecting. She's deflecting. There's more to Himiko. We're starting to see the facade melt away. Lies! There's a hooligan girl. She's unconscious, and she's in the infirmary. She's gonna be in school once night starts. First years, Saki Maruhashi. 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 I don't want to Google. Because if you Google a video game character, you get spoilers right up on top. But I'm pretty sure Maruhashi was a name shared by another character in the series. Okay, let's do this a roundabout way. Instead of Googling Maruhashi, what if I Google characters, Spirit Hunter, NG? And I'll look at the character list for Spirit Hunter NG, and I won't be spoiled because I've already played Spirit Hunter NG last year. Mitsuru Maruhashi. I knew it! It's exactly the guy I was thinking about. In fact, why Google it up? What if I'm pretty sure I have some screenshots of him in my Steam library. Because Maruhashi's a funny guy. SSSSS, Spirit Hunter NG. Do I have screenshots of him? 58 recordings and screenshots. He's got to be in there somewhere. I've taken so many. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Maruhashi. So, there's another Maruhashi in the Spirit Hunter series. I think this could be family. Mitsuru Maruhashi, the kind of goofy gang member from Spirit Hunter NG, and Maruhashi, this delinquent girl. So they're a family of delinquents, very likely. I think that's a possibility. It's the last name. Lots of people would share the last name. But I think they're specifically having two hooligan characters with the same name as a deliberate connection. Never had any friends, always on her own, a bad rep because of it. She might be the outcast girl who is actually really sweet, but because everyone treats her as an outsider, she's forced into the box. Likes to go out at night, drink and smoke, associate with the biker gang. That's her older brother or something. It's an older brother, it's a cousin. But these kids are never targeted without reason. Every single target has had a connection to the ghost. She's either scared or she's upset that we found her thing. All we're gonna get for here. Can we ask Sakamoto-sensei about the dead centipede? Ritsu, no one's here. Aww. To the library. No one's here either. What if I want to look at the books? What if they have a book on cordyceps? We'll search all the classrooms for students. The only ones who should be here. I think Kataka might be the only one left then. He said he was going to stay behind in 2C and wait for us in case we needed him. He could probably give us some information on Masuhara. We can't go outside yet. Music room is gonna be locked. Never again will we have to go in. Connecting corridor. No need to go outside yet. Michiho's still there. If she had an orange for a head, would she be Ono Michiho? Nothing here, nothing here. We gotta check for teeth. Explore the shrine one more time. Check it out again to be sure. And find A tooth. A tooth? A tooth? You like her grunts that much, MP? I told you. I told you. She's a waifu material. My types have only rarely steered me wrong. Is there a second tooth?
よし
With nothing inside. Michiho, she loves bugs, so she's gonna have the deets on the Petri dish. Feel sorry for insectivores. Don't know her name. She's not a delinquent. What about the Petri dish with her favorite thing, bugs? A Chinese redhead. Colopendra subspinepsis mutilans. She's a Oogie Boogie man. We got a ghastly ghost that's covered in bugs. She loves bugs. Beyond her scope of knowledge, she likes bugs, not the things that parasitize bugs. Gotta check all the places still. So I'm pretty sure if there was anything in these rooms, we would have seen on the first sweep through. They're not gonna put a thing that wasn't there before, then there. That's a strong reaction. Does he not like centipedes? It's so disgusting he didn't know what to say. He recognizes mushrooms growing out of it. Have to get back to patrolling. What about we didn't ask him about the girl? We didn't ask him about the girl. The fact that I thought he would give us information on Masuhari, but so I saved that for last. He recognized the mushrooms. I also want to ask him about the delinquent girl because we didn't. Now we gotta check all the classrooms to find him. He's doing his patrol, so he's gonna be around. Though very likely he's going to the corridor to make sure, well, he knows the thing isn't there because he grabbed it. Female mantis devours a male mantis after mating. This is foreshadowing. If she's the devoured, the departed. The departed wants to marry us. Maybe wants to marry us and then eat us. Did you know the female mantis eats the male mantis after mating? So what'd you want to ask? can't ask where Kakuta went. Is he here? He is not here. The art room was over here, but it's locked. We haven't been to the 3rd floor. No, there is a special class on the 3rd floor. There's just no corridor on the 3rd floor. Maybe this is the science room? The science room we've never been in before. Which means we have to see the anatomical model, don't we? We can't have a spooky school game without the anatomical model being weird.
Yoshi.
Dead insect stuck on the door. That's the Departed's doing, I'm sure. And no teeth so far. There's a bear in the corner. Kakuta. Jamaica. Ooh, I wanna take ya. There's an ammonite on the shelf. Someone coming out of the science room. They seem sus. He's got a science room storage key, does he? He has keys with him. That's pretty powerful if the disciplinary committee gets keys to every room in the building. Maybe one of his friends is a delinquent. Kakuta himself might be the hooligan. I thought maybe the story is that Kakuta used to be a hooligan. He's 2nd year now. He's taken to karate, got some discipline into him. And now he's on the disciplinary committee, trying to make sure other students don't fall into his old ways. What if that's not it? What if he's a mole on the inside? What if Kakuta took on karate to be a better hooligan, and he keeps up this front because this gives him access, and this makes him trustworthy. Delinquent boy, brown hair, that doesn't narrow it down. There was a boy with brown hair and no face, just one of the background NPCs who wanted Kakuta to go home, right? He said he wanted to prove that there's no departed that comes out at night. He could have been a delinquent waiting for his chance to steal. Two are inconsistent. We gotta play some Ace Attorney here. Hold it! The delinquent and the science room. The delinquent and the key. If the key is only given to trustworthy students like him, how could some delinquent have had access to the science room storage room? He could have locked the door, by turning the knob or whatever. I had the same issue with the murders on the Yangtze River game, where the big meta plot had a locked room murder mystery, in which the big thing is how could they possibly have locked the door and left? Doors have locks on the inside. You turn the thing, you leave, you close the door. You don't need to use a key, the door is locked. I don't have to explain this. Every single one of us in our lives have touched such doors. And the crazy thing is, even if I want to open myself up to the possibility where Murders on the Yangtze River takes place at the turn of the century, maybe their doors are those doors that can only be locked front or back with a key. You need a key on both sides to lock it, or you need a key from the outside to lock it, otherwise you can't lock it. The art showed a little button on the door. It showed the little twisty button in the art on the zoom in. They could have totally just turned the little button to lock the door. They could have done it. This is the turn of the millennium. We have the technology. You could lock the door on the inside, close it behind you, and then it's locked. If it's a deadbolt, that's one thing. The deadbolt physically puts an iron bar out. So if you lock it first and try to close the door, it won't close because of the obstruction. That's different, but most locks aren't deadbolts. Most locks, you could just turn the little button and it's done. Just told to do this. Do the delinquents have the screws put to him? He's a big karate guy. I guess this means the girl's awake. Mashita's calling us. It's always, we'll call your friends' phones, and never, we'll call your phone. We just don't have a phone. From water hose to mushrooms and insects. Oh, MP, you missed out. The previous ghost was all about the scissors. We had Scissor Ghost in the previous one. Kakuta's phone, so it's not summoned, he has to go, or else I'll be killed. MK Michael Kirkbride. Meow. Snake. Meow. Stamina fails midway through. Had to be brought Mashita. He saved nobody. Nobody living. He saved 2 high school girls, but I'm very willing to believe that those high school girls aren't among the living, hence why we were able to save them. So first, let's look at the bear. That doesn't seem very sciencey. It's a stuffed bear, never mind its taxidermy. He's drawn to the bear. Are there teeth in the bear's mouth? Yeah, do it. What'd she get? Tooth number 2. 1/4 through the chapter now. Ba-na-na-na-na.
これは
So clearly he was digging into this. We'll look at those last. Ammonite. Looks on the floor.
よし
Research on native plants that grow around Konohara Academy. 11 years ago and 9 years ago. The Fox Forest behind the school. Fox Forest? Inari statue? Seems to have a special environment. A variety of plants native to the area could be seen here. As a science teacher at Konohara Academy, I set out to catalog all of them. Photos of plants and moss, detailed research information. Thorough but a surprisingly easy read. Whoever wrote these is skilled at science communication. A rare skill at that. Fox of Zelia and Foxtail Fern. The page between that has been torn out. At least not until the investigation is done.
これは
I think that's it for here
こ
then.
れは
Space between Fox Azealia and Fox Tail Fern. So this is probably Fox Mushroom.
ふん
Bing? Abe showed up, left a message. What does a Chuni want now? Seekers of wisdom, I shall await you in the Garden of Knowledge, the library. Cabbage worms are cute. We can't ask about where he went to. And he's likely not going to be in 2C anymore. Da na 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 na. No one. Nuh-uh. Emerges from behind the bookshelves. He wanted to be super dramatic. He wanted to be all like, Is it me you were looking for, Spirit Doctor Ginia Prinsu? My left eye said you wanted my wisdom. First to get a chat in case there's more information in there. My mentor. The reason he turned out this way. Maybe it's, what's her face? From the first game too, the one that was helping, the one that gave Moe the special objects. On one condition. Must complete his trial. True abilities as a spirit doctor. Take the trial, what choice do we have? 3 talismans, take them and get a good look. Abe's talismans. Has a symbol on it. Triangle, square, or star. Is he testing our psychic powers? With the classical card test. Envision one symbol in my head. Yeah. Read my mind with his supernatural powers and state the symbol I'm picturing. Suspensive act, huh? Okay. We'll drain spiritual power trying to figure out what card he's holding. Seimin is what they call a pentagram in divination, which would be star. But he might be trying to throw me off. The correct answer could be the other two. Do I need to give a correct answer? Talisman? Present either of the talismans, or the Petri dish, look into the Petri dish, show the Petri dish. The Petri dish isn't going to be the right answer regardless. Our powers together will present the star talisman.
よし。
これなら
1% chance failure. Oh, I got it somehow. Should know her place. This is my battle. Wow. Psychic damage from being called an old lady. This isn't the right choice, we have to do it alone. Talk him down and try to set him in place seriously. Does talisman present the star?
これでどうだ。
How unseemly. Give the wrong answer on purpose to test. A chance he isn't picturing a shape after all. Okay, let's see through his ruse. and ask about the Petri dish instead.
これでどうだ。
20% chance to hit is 1/5. Oh, I forgot that detail, that he hates bugs. Get a look at this. Centipede. Punishment for disrespecting adults and wasting our time. This is the right choice. Bully the kid. You observe them and strike at their weaknesses. Good point. We showed him how we operate. There's another screenshot. Okay, tell us about Kokuri. Kokuri was probably the researcher-teacher who studied up on the Fox Forest. As well as the Fox Forest. More rumors. Is the shrine on the corridor then because it overlooks the forest? 10 years ago, the researcher was here. From 11 to 9 years ago. Old Shrine Gate in the north court of the school grounds, beyond which is a path to the forest. He appears there at night. With his hunting shotgun, a man clad in white garb and a fox mask, Mr. Kokuri. Kokuri because of the mask. Ritual used to speak with the dead, Kokuri, someone's a part fox spirit. Used to be a priest of the shrine. Patrol the path, perform ritual cleansing to keep the shrine free of negative energy, and yet we can see the decay, the mushrooms. That is some good tea. And now, my tea is over. Shoot the scoundrel right in the head. That's not exactly very spiritual. What does the ghost do? He fucking shoots you in the head is what? Both rumors are true, no details are changed. Completely different than the one of the forest. We can't say either way yet, we gotta keep an open mind. Exactly, definitive conclusion needs more information. Two rumors true and two spirits connected could also relate to the plot of the game. Connected two shrines where the corridor connects two buildings. Shrine of the forest and the other is a shrine on the second floor. Shrine was on the ground, where the Inari statue is. The protective Inari statue isn't on the corridor where the shrine is now, So the protection isn't there. Not familiar with her. Left eye refuses to even see those of low spiritual state. Now the hooligan girl's awake, because it's Hiro's phone this time. Mashita's at the other end, and there's only one reason he's calling. I didn't come here to deal with brats, get your asses back here now. So you really aren't, we really didn't just misinformation from Kakuta by not asking about the delinquent girl first. Well, back to the infirmary then, we'll make a new save at a new slot. Delinquent girl probably doesn't like cops. She looks a bit more tan here now compared to the first start of her. Once I'm ready, huh? I haven't got a choice. She's got nothing to say. Not even about the baton. But now that the bell's ringing, she's probably going to say she has to go home. I'm going. At least she's not going to stay here at night. So the delinquent could be Kakuta instead. And she's gone. Someone else?
ごきげんよ
Yeah, she did come after all. Yasuoka, you got some more goodies for me? You got some more toys? We really are getting all of our friends? Who's missing then? Even Hiro's here, so there's a little brat, the other kid from the first case of the first game that Moe was involved with. She's gonna bring more special sacred objects now that Moe is no longer involved in the case. She recognizes Yasuoka. She's on OMG Paranormal Experience. Legendary celeb. Yeah, so is it because she's savvy with psychic stuff, or is it because she just likes celebrities? We should have told her that we're the same spirit doctor from the Oop Arts magazine. Yare yare. Complimenting her hair. Aww. She can't be seen as a loser in front of not even her celeb, a celeb. Saki Marahashi, it's actually her name. She likes math and art. She likes abrabang, or as the Japanese call it, anpan. Sure, they might have brought the recipe to Palau, but we all know it's actually abrabang. We might not have invented it, but we perfected it. And she loves looking at motorcycles. Have you got an older brother? An older brother who hangs out in Spirit Hunter NG who might have gotten you into motorcycles? She doesn't have a license. It's very straightforward. The plating, the gold glitter paint on vintage motorcycle. My cousin's the leader of a biker gang. That's it. That's a connection. Her cousin is Maruhashi from the second game. Red chicken on the cowl of his bike that looks so cool. There's lots of art students. Maybe she's a target because her ignorance of the rumors of spirits means that she wasn't the most respectful of the shrine. Weird stories about it. Punks used to sneak into the forest a long time ago. Some of them never came back because a ghost of the priest shot them in the head. Does she remember it? No, she doesn't, of course not. It's off limits. There's nobody there. It's a great place to hang out then. Just enjoying her off time, as is her wont. So, for being labeled the delinquent girl for so long, she doesn't seem like a bad person. She's a bit of a gyaru. You know, she tans herself and bleaches her hair. Nothing wrong with that. Her cousin's in a motorcycle gang. But otherwise, as far as I can tell, she's an alright student who enjoys art, also enjoys math, so she's also academically inclined. She's just an outsider. She's just a social outsider. She approached it, opened the door, and found the Petri dish. So it's when she went to grab it that she got possessed. Interesting. Chief priest of the Kintoki Shrine. Kintoki sounds familiar. Is that the one with the Buddhas? Or is that the one from NG? No, because the shrine in NG was like just in the middle of the market, basically. 1181, Sengoku Hara, Hakone, Ashigarashimo District, Kanagawa, 250-0631, Japan. That's a real one. That's an actual shrine. So was it the one with the Buddhas in the first game? Spirit Hunter NG, Kubitaro of Kintoki. So yeah, that was in the second game then. Hey Hordian, you got new shoes, congratulations! New shoes are a rarity for me because shoes are expensive. Mount Kintoki Shrine is an out and back trail that covers 2.6 miles, taking approximately 2.5 to 3 hours to complete, with an elevation gain of 1,591 feet. So it's not the shrine itself from the second game, but there is one of the ghosts that is based on, what was it, Kubitaro of Kintoki? Fear of the gods rolled into a skull. So she's not the target. I think it is Kakuta then. The karate guy on the disciplinary committee who's given privileged access to keys is involved in some shit. This is a good girl. She's a good Shinto girl who wouldn't mess around like that. And neither the law of matter conservation nor Euclidean geometry apply to spiritual beings. You can apply logic. All the ghosts we fought against have a logic of their own. You don't know about her being a target hooligan, but she's definitely a delinquent. I don't know about that. She's no delinquent. She's a Gyaru. She hangs out in the restricted corridor because it's a quiet place. But she's a studious student. Criminal Heat 77F. 77 is not too bad. That's a pretty chill day. I'll take 77. Anything over 21 Celsius is criminal. I think 33 and above is my limit. Not a malicious person. Should have been slain in front of the shrine if she was a target. You know, there is a little bit of that Hordian, Islander Tisk, but in my teen years and early adulthood, my feel was, I spent 15 years in the tropics, give me some snow, I'll take anything else. Because when it's hot, I get hot. You know, it doesn't give me any special powers. It's more so that August was hot this year. August was very hot. August was straight up 100 degrees some days. And so now that the temperature was 80-something degrees in the early half of September, and probably closer to 70 now, it feels so chilly. It's just that after so hot a month, my internal comfort has shifted. Snow's pretty if you don't have to live with it, I like it. Every time I've been in snow, I've enjoyed it. Be it Pennsylvania, staying there for a little bit with an ex. Back when I was a moody, just left high school guy, Missouri, much the same. Missouri had some nice snow. Sparkly snow at that. Walking around in snow for the first time because it's blizzarding and I don't know better. I'm just walking around t-shirt and shorts because what? I'm 18 years old. I'm going to be a bit stupid about it. And seeing the icy snow on the sidewalk all glittery in the sun. North Carolina was great. Apparently, despite being on the Atlantic coast, it gets some really good snow in North Carolina. Like actually ice on the ocean kind of snow. I enjoyed the snow when I was living and working in North Carolina for a bit, and then England. The Christmas that I spent in England back when I was dating British. 4 p.m. and it's dark as midnight, the snow everywhere, and then we take a little Hogmanay trip up to Scotland, and I was dressed for the cold, and the way I was dressed kept me warm in England. We step off the bus in Glasgow, and instantly the cold pierces through the jacket, pierces through the sweater, pierces through my shirt, and stabs straight through my body to the other side. It was cold in Scotland, but it was gorgeous. I liked it. I loved the cold. Though I also miss home, so I'm of two split hearts here. What I want is for us to do like they used to do in Saipan, where for a while, the mall that we briefly had in Saipan had a snow festival, a winter festival, and they used to ship in snow from Hokkaido because Japan enjoyed sharing a relationship with us. And so snow from Hokkaido would come in and they'd put it over in the mall and kids had a little snowman building contest. And I wanted to go, and Dad, the American he was like, no, it's stupid, it's just ice snow, who cares about it? I do! I'm a little island boy growing up in the islands, and I find out that my friends go to the mall where there's a snow festival with Hokkaido snow to make snowmen. I don't care if he's so jaded that he thinks, oh, who cares about it? Grumpy California boy Dad making me miss out on what would have been a core experience. A cold, windy day, but a sunny. You can dress in lots of layers, wear open coat, have it flying behind for the extra cool effect. I do like that. A day that is sunny, but also breezy. Islands were good for that because we got the trees everywhere, and the trees aren't just shade, right? When you have trees around, it encourages the wind to be more of a breeze. You get that nice outdoor cooling everywhere. In general, autumn days should be good about that. Autumn days are great for the breeziness. Spring too, but spring could be too sunny. I like a good overcast. So autumn and winter especially are my favorite seasons. Plus it's not as hot, or shouldn't be as hot. It's gotta be Kakuta. There's only one other named character this chapter. How much you want to bet we're gonna find Kakuta in the Fox Forest? He was called, he ran out someplace, and he's gonna be killed if he doesn't go. And now it's night. Now it's night, and so now we get to investigate. Either Hiro or Mashita will accompany me. Other will stay here. Sacred objects! Live a long, full life. I don't value my life as much as I used to. He's very concerned for his elders. We can't have your kimono get dirty. You wait here in the infirmary. If Maruhashi isn't the target, she should go home. I think that her being raised by a Shinto priest gives her a special kind of spiritual vulnerability. She's likely not going to be the target, but she's already been the vessel once. I don't like that. What is it? A paper bag. Is it gonna be a gun? Detective giving me a paper bag can only be gun. Made of metal. Rectangular section to a more rounded section. I don't know how to use one of these, and it turns out it's making you think it's a gun, but really it's a dildo. And Mashita wants Kujo and him to head off to a love hotel later on tonight after the investigation's done. This is his way of soliciting little action. Just aim and pull the trigger and it goes bzzz. Look, Hordian, you gotta understand. Mashita here is a pretty boy that looks a little bit like Levi from Attack on Titan, right? So fans of Spirit Hunter Deathmark naturally are really super thirsty for Mashita and don't mind shipping Mashita with Kujo a lot. This is simply the culture of the series, alright? Don't give this kind of thing to civilians. You'd be glad you have this rectangular object that ends in a more rounded object that goes. But clearly, we don't want to whip this out in front of the ladies, in front of the teenage student. Don't hesitate to use it when needed. He's even doing the blushy. Okay. Suspicious paper bag. The road in front of the clock tower. I hope we find something because we're already 2 souls in. We got 6 more to find. I feel like Hiro would be important to bring with. She's got a lot of intelligence. And that could possibly help us with some things in the forest. But Mashita has strength and some decent dexterity. Was it dexterity or intel? He's like 16 of. Oh yeah, give Nakamatsu a call. We're gonna... Oh, let's see what we got for trade first. New sacred objects! We got 6 lost souls to go. These are all so expensive though. Well, the bag enhancement we don't care about first. That'd be 9. 9 and then 12. So, these are already so expensive that... I feel like I should replay the game and not buy the earlier objects. Because these are only going to get more expensive, right? That means that the objects for subsequent chapters are probably going to be so expensive that merely relying on the lost souls of those chapters probably won't give me enough. Muramasa Award, 3 lost souls. Reduce 3 damage from suspensive accident events. And it causes a prior object of the same effect to lose effect, because they don't add on, they simply replace each other. 1 replaced by 2, 1 and 2 replaced by 3, and so on. Emperor's Balahu. Reduce 3 action costs during suspensive acts. Black Madonna Medal. Success rates during suspensive acts by 20% increase. We have 6 lost souls already. Let's reduce 3 damage from suspensive acts at events. And the Black Madonna for an increase in suspensive act success. A shining black coin stored in a leather bag with a Celtic cross on it, supposedly able to grant wishes with the powers of the Virgin Mary. Muramasa Ward, bag made to ward off the cursed sword attacking the Tokugawa. The item is said to absorb negative energy, give off a protective aura. I do have to wonder if there's going to be enough lost souls to buy everything. But first, let's put a save down. We'll put the save over here. We gotta keep stacking these saves in case I missed the lost soul that's only available at a certain time and not now. And before we call up Ayata and get some more deets, I'm gonna take a BRB because I've been chugging through this tea with too much quickness. Normally I could handle my tea, but tea too quick becomes pee instead of tea. So I'll be right back. We got 2 more hours. We got under 2 hours to get as much investigation as we can in before Dank Movie Night. I'm not gonna miss some Bubba Hotep. So it's gonna be a quick BRB, I promise. The music of the game is very good, Hordian. That's why I like to take my BRB in the infirmary, because it gives you the gentle, little jazzy music to relax to while you wait. But in general, the music in the Spirit Hunter series is excellent. Okay, let's call Eita. Yeah, that's our job, Eita. Wait, yeah, the entire game's a school. There's so much evil here. I can't imagine he's too far along. Kujo's already in his 40s. It's Keiji on it,
死人は誰なのか
unknown in his
考
40s.
えろ
And Eita,
中松瑛太って言います。
33. He's not too far away. Let's see what the internet has to say about Kokuri Oji-sama. No hits. A minor spirit only known at Konihara Academy. The hooligans? Shinichi Kakuta. He's got his suspicions already. Mr. Disciplinary Committee, Karate Pro. Famous in the karate world, really. Performed well in several tournaments, a promising future. Comment thread on the article. Never trust anything in an unsourced comment. Supposedly punched a student from another school and injured them. I'm telling you, man, he had a past where he was a lot more hooliganish. Maybe karate gave him the discipline he needs to straighten up. Or maybe the karate gave him the ability to become more of a hooligan. His senior covered up the incident. He's a second year now. So, if somebody covered for him and summons him out to do stuff or will kill you, maybe not physically kill, but clearly, if his senpai did help him out, then he's got pull. His senpai has probably got him running errands, hiding centipedes places. Storm brewing. Oh, jealous. Jealous Hordian. Well, I don't miss the summer heat of the islands. I do miss the typhoons. I miss the rains, the storms. Those are my favorite. That's it then. Bye-bye. Okay. Middle stage. Let's go. We'll check out the usual places, see if there's any lost souls or people to talk to. She was in the manga club. Physics and Chemistry Club. Also, I want to swap out to Mashita. Because I figure if we're going to go into the forest, we'll need somebody with more strength.
誰を連れて行こうか
Grizzled, unorthodox ex-detective.
了解した
Nobody's going to be here. No one's in the faculty room. Sty is stained by sick. Then quit smoking! No lighting fires in here. Okay, new building. We're gonna go through, see if we can't find any lost souls on the way out. We can't go into the classes. Oh, let's see what Mashita's idle animation is like. It better not be lighting up. He crosses his arms and sighs. I should look at the doors in case the lost souls are in the door. I can't go outside. We can't go upstairs. Now hold on, what if we want to go to the shrine upstairs? Mashita is also a little bit shorter. We gotta walk in case I miss another toothy object. Hooligan gone to Fox Forest. Eat Crimson Devil to see invisible Kokuri. So they harvest the cordyceps that grow on the insects to see Kokuri. That's why he was so upset to see the centipede. I think we have to eat the mushroom then. And we're not allowed to go to the old building then because focus on examining the Fox Forest now. Because nothing's going on in the old building, they don't want to give us too much spread yet. So apparently the Kokiri shrine that's on the corridor used to be down here. That's why we got a little Inari.
ここ
Nothing on this side. Clock tower's there in the shrine front gate. Open the door. We might as well go. Locked? Locked. This gotta be where the final confrontation's going to be. So hopefully we get the remaining 6 spirits around here. The Shrine Torii Gates. I just need to find some more teeth. I'm 6 teeth short. Luckily, we have a suspicious paper bag. Contains something curiously heavy that resembles a gun, but isn't. Nothing to the right. Hey, MP? Don't you dare say soon. Okay, I'm not on the soon screen. Got me worried there. You had me scared that I was still on, that I was somehow still on this one. Fox Force is up ahead. Unknown territory. 6 teeth is a lot. We found 2. One in the science storage room and one in the shrine itself. I'm apprehensive because that's a lot of teeth remaining. I don't know how big this force is going to be. I'm paranoid. I'm not going to get all the currency I want. He's paranoid he's going to be attacked. We are not the same. Christy. Which one's Christy? Slowly returning to mind. I think she's a housewife character. You're yawning so hard right now, MP. If you gotta go to sleep. 22 hours! MP! MP! What are you doing being up for 22 hours? You gotta get your sleep, man. That's the one luxury that's free. Former newscaster, that's right. I think she was in the Shimio episode, wasn't she? Currently overseas, covering a story. So she's safe. She's the one marked bearer from the first game that's still safe. A long road trip. Be honest, MP. You were checking out the Finnish boy kissers that populate W Place, right? You had to see that the rumors are cool, that the rumors are true, and report back on your findings. Oh, Aunt's Gravy died almost 3 years ago. Well, I'm glad you got to meet her then. Nagashima. Shoot his ass out. Oh, show. Saw the funeral via internet because of COVID. In that case, nice to visit. Currently have Grandpa in the hospital right now. Hopefully he pulls through. But I don't think people are expecting it. I'm kind of surprised the guy is 93 years old already. Time just flies on by. For the adults to put an end to this. If it's the adults doing the investigation from now on, I could possibly show up again, but I don't think that Suzu is going to be a spirit hunter in this game. I think her role is just to show up and cameo with Eita at the hospital. Kakuta is severely freaked out. Don't tell me he's high in the cordyceps. This is the end? The senpai who helped him out, that has the screws to him, is pissed that the centipede with the mushrooms went missing. Way longer? Oh yeah. They tend to not be very long games. They're long to go through the first time because there's a story and text and the mystery you gotta read through. But apart from the first playthrough, you can pretty much breeze through in an afternoon if you're skipping through and trying to get to the parts that you might have done differently. This one's a little bit longer because it does have the side-scrolling navigation throughout the school and the grounds. 3 to 4 hours? Oh no, that's how long, depending on the length of the case, how long one case can go on for, or maybe half the case. Foxtails? Oh no. He's turning into mushrooms. You hear the squelch? Ugh! Well, there you go, MP. The first mushrooms we saw weren't too ghastly. We never got to ask him about the delinquent girl who turned out not to be too delinquent. Know what I think? I think it's the... He probably consumed some of the fungus, and so that's why it's taken root inside him. It's okay, Kakuta. It's just an illusion. You'll be fine. Just don't think about it. Groot, in other words, not scary or gruesome. Aww. We'll get a grim, ghastly ghost for you yet, MP. Though, if you do want to play the series, some of the ghosts in the earlier entries may get there. Shimio is going to live in my mind forever. Cursed because he's the hooligan. If we do what he did, we would curse too. I think that he had to be the one who put the centipede in the shrine. He desecrated it for that purpose. Actual NFT time. What do you want, John MP? Make a Nasu. Okay. Alright, let's see. I got my paper here, my NFT printing paper. Now where's the pencil? Where is the pencil? I think I put it in bed because it's bad on the floor. Pencil? I don't know where my pencil is. So I might have to put it... Toasty, toasty! My cats have their own water, but their favorite water is my water. I don't mind when Onyx drinks from my water, because what Onyx does is he just puts his head into the cup and drinks normally. What Toasty does is he'll stick his paw into my water, you know, get a little dip in, and then start licking the water off of his paw. It's really cute, except I know where his paws have been. Those are the paws that dig into his litter to cover up his poops. I don't want his paws in my water if he's thirsty. He's got his own water if he really has to drink. But I can't seem to find my pencil, so I'm going to have to put a pause on minting a fresh Nasu NFT for you. I will get around to it, but it's going to be paused for now, but I promise it will be done. Okay, there's nothing back over this way. Shrine front gate. Because now you go to sleep, you have a good sleep, MP. By the time you wake up, hopefully that pencil will be found. 3 hours? No, man, you get your sleep. A human groaning. Were these mushrooms once people? The something in the darkness better be a tooth. Show me a tooth among the mushrooms. Magic missile. Ooh, eyeballs. And after the spook, feel something strange at the bottom of my foot. A reward for getting spooks. A tooth. 5 more teeth to go. That jump scare was kind of funny because among the gray background, a slightly smaller gray square appeared where the eyes came in from. So it was kind of seeing it coming. Lantern. We got tooth in the lantern. A mouse drawn on the lantern. We can't inspect it. I feel like if we had something else, or we could inspect it, but there's no item. If we had an item, we could probably inspect it further, I mean. You coming up? Come on. The desk is clear. Onyx is down there, but he's not jumping up right now. A rat is engraved on the top. Oh, there he is. You didn't want to jump with me looking at you, Onyx, is that it? And there's Toasty. 2 brothers together. So I can't do a thing about that yet. Other lantern, you got a different animal? A cow. We have mouse, we have cow.
Yoshi.
And a tiger. So do we have Zodiac here? My feeling is, what if there's something hidden behind a foreground object? So I want to go back and tap around in case we can't see the interaction spot. If I walk and tap, it does activate the interaction. So if I haven't seen anything yet, there probably isn't anything. Tiger. See, Onyx is drinking my water right now, but he doesn't put his paw in it. All he does is lick normally. Rabbit, there's mine!
Yoshi.
Dragon. And then what's next? Pig? I forget the exact order. Snake, that's right. Horse.
Yoshi.
Onyx is laying down under my mic boom. That's an okay place to lay down, Onyx. He could be there. Monkey. The descriptions appear to be the same for all of them if I inspect them. It's very likely one is going to be different, or I need some item to inspect them further. You're out now, MP? You have a good sleep? Rooster. Oh, hello. How you doing? He's wearing a uniform. That's the same school uniform. That's probably his senpai. Mr. Patsu took my marker now. A man with mushrooms sprouting from his body. A man who's become mushrooms. 5 psychic damage each. And he's gone. As long... Oh, is he really blocking the path? Where are we at now? Tiger! We're back down to Tiger. I don't have to... We could use a gun. Should we shoot the student who was turned into mushrooms?
Oi.
Mushroom Man's a hindrance. Tree's too thick to go around. Yeah, there's another trail hidden somewhere. Possibilities. The rope is a bit stooped here because this post is down. What if there's a background path that's hidden behind an object? Anything to the right? Nothing to the right. Front of the clock tower. The way into the forest is there, so I don't think there's anything else. There's nothing to the side here. But we've also been told that the corridor shrine and the forest shrine are connected. Yeah? What if there's a means of using the second floor corridor? Which it probably won't let me do because that's upstairs and we can't go upstairs. We got no business there, even though the second floor corridor is up there.
これは
Maybe the library could have information about the forest and alternate paths. We can go straight to the Fox Forest too. New building, connecting corridor, and Fox Forest. The pool is gone forever though. No one here is someplace else. Maybe there's information that I need there in the library. Toasty, Toasty, don't stick your hand in there, Toasty. Look, just lick. Just lick the no paw, just lick the water. No paw, just lick the water. Toasty, look, just put your head inside. Come here, Toasty, come here. Turn around. Toasty, you want this water, right? Just lick it. No paw. Just put your head in. No paw, Toasty. Just no paw, just put your head in and lick. Look, Toasty, look. I'm tilting it so the water's right there, Toasty. You see, the water's right there. You don't need to put your paw in. Just no. You don't have to put your poo paw on my water, Toasty. You have a tongue. Cat being a menace to society? No, Cat's a cutie. He's just thirsty and he wants my water. But he doesn't want to lick the water. He wants to dip his paw in the water and then lick the water off his paw. And I don't want him to do that because you use your paws to dig in your litter box, don't you, Toasty? Yes, you do, Toasty. Yes, you do, baby. You want to put your poo paws in my water. I ended up spilling some of my water on my desk when I was doing that. No. Just lick the water that spilled on my desk. That's okay. You want the desk water? You can have the desk water. No, Toasty, please leave my water alone. You have your own outside, Toasty. Here, Toasty, I love you, but if all you want to do is dip your poo paws into my drink. Now he's shoving his face into the cup, but it's only the empty cup. The only time he's actually dipping his face and not his paw is when the cup's already empty. Come on, Toasty, you got water outside. Good boy, Toasty. Oh! Oddly enough, that's because they are ghosts who have an interest in my cases. Maybe somebody could help us out here. Infirmary people, don't forget to restore your spirit. That just means come back to the infirmary occasionally. Eita, any help here? Nothing. Nothing.
そういえば
As much as Hiro doesn't want to go, we probably did all we could with Mashita right now. Let's bring the irrepressibly curious researcher into the forest she doesn't want to go to. Fox Forest. Let's go to the connecting corridor first. Maybe we'll find... It's not going to let us go to the old building. Fox Forest for now. If we go to the courtyard, there's the Inari statue and that's it. Nothing. Clock tower, we can't take even the smart girl, right? Open the door, nothing. What if I deliberately select don't go in? Will I be rewarded with a tooth? That just takes me back.
Nani yo?
Let's head inside, or we could always choose not to.
ここ
I think this is one of those moments that I dipped into Zoku's stream and saw her wandering outside in the forest with a flashlight. I thought, huh, cool. But didn't stick around outside of lurking because I knew that I was gonna play this someday. And so couldn't stay and get too spoilered. Maybe one of the characters might have some... Would you look at that? If we don't make her run, she just walks cool with her hands in her jacket pocket. It's when I force her to run that she does the stupid anime running with her arms out to the side. Abe's talisman. Suspicious paper bag. Petri dish? How would you use it? Can't come up with an idea. Suspicious paper bag? So we can't use a suspicious paper bag on these things. Maybe one of these has a unique inspect. The raw just mentioned is covered with moss and mushrooms.
よし
It's the same description each time.
これは ここ
Snake. Oh, this one's got something. An animal track further into the woods. Serpent path. Are there others?
Hmm. Hmm. これは
No monkey path.
よし
Animal tracks further in. We got two paths then. We got the serpent path and the rooster path. Okay, let's go back and get Mashita out, because I don't want to drag Hiro through. She doesn't like the woods, she doesn't want the woods.
了解した。
And I want to bring the greater strength and okay intelligence. We got no dexterity between us. Dexterity could be important. She's got 18 intelligence, 15 dexterity. To the Fox Forest. We'll go Snake Path first, then the Rooster Path. Boom. An open area with something. Is it a tooth? A different path. That's the second biggest small rock the size of a large rock that I've ever seen.
よし。
Even the rock itself is growing mushrooms, which is interesting because mushrooms tend to be decomposers. I can't imagine the rock itself is decomposing. Oh yeah, between the tassel and the little split in the rope's knot, it does look like a snake. A huge stone with a shrine rope wrapped around it. Touch the rope. Touch it. We got psychic damage, and that's it. It could be there's something more there, or it could simply be the hint that you're not supposed to go through beyond there. Boom. That doesn't look good. The sign all trampled. Was something scorched here? Is this where the shrine used to be? No, it would have been further up the path. But something's been... Let's see. Something burnt, something trampled upon, some trash. Barrel. Hmm? Inspect the dirty drum. Yeah, take a closer look. We might find teeth in here. I still got 5 teeth to find. 5 teeth is so many. I'm expecting a what would it be? Maybe not a traditional raccoon, a tanuki then, to jump out at me. The Dirty Drum's a good name for a pub. Because these are punk kids who just hang out in the forest. Didn't expect a hand. Although I did expect some kind of jump scare. Thick pile of dark gray ashes and mushrooms. But Buried beneath the ashes? Ding! 4 more teeth to go, 4 more teeth to go. It's the hand from Majora's Mask that wants paper. Paper. Is this a wagon going by the frame? Old signboard atop a broken trailer. To the shrine. 2 beats for the monkey. 3 beats for the tiger. 1 beat for the snake. Okay. It is time to take notes. Two monkey, 3 tiger, 1 snake. Two beat. Man, I got too many things on my keyboard. 2 beat monkey. 3 beat tiger. 1 beat snake. It could be a sequential 1, 2, 3. Snake, monkey, tiger. Beats make me imagine a drum or something, so maybe we gotta find something to bang. 2 times, 3 times, 1 time. A ritual before visiting the shrine. Monkey, tiger, and snake. The snake path leads to the stone. So maybe we gotta do something with the rock. And this is the rooster path. We haven't found a monkey or tiger path. Praying, clapping, bowing. That for the beat? Note obtained, old sideboard. So I didn't have to take notes myself. It's gonna be in here now. To refer to whenever. Not exactly found in, where we wrote it ourselves. Hmm? Doggy? Sounded human to him. Okay, let me see if there's anything we can do with this guy before we go do our clap taps. He just screams and gives us psychic damage. And then we run away. So let's see. Two monkey, 3 tiger, 1 snake. Monkey was further on, wasn't it? Monkey, tiger, snake. Two for the monkey, right? 2 for the monkey. Tiger's gonna be way down. Horse, serpent, dragon, rabbit, then tiger? Rabbit, and then tiger. Three for the tiger, 1 for the snake. And the snake's easy to find, it's got its own path. Two claps for the monkey, 3 for the tiger, 1 for the snake, all right. And what changed is this guy is no longer going to be there. Right? Right? Not right. It ended at Serpent Path, so maybe there's another shrine out this way. The stone's still there. Psychic damage still. But a tooth fell down. That's a tooth, right? Yeah, it's a tooth. 3 more to go. And a level up. Spirit increased. Spirits restored. Is that because we interacted with this a second time, or because we did the 2, 3, 1?
Nanda.
Nothing would have changed over here. Will this guy fade away because he did the proper claps? Hee hee, hee hee. Okay. Purification, perhaps? A shout of joy before vanishing. Helped us exorcise the impurity. Is there going to be a tooth where he fell? No. Maybe his tooth is the ashes in the drum, where the delinquents would light fires and smoke cigarettes at night. Boar. And a path. Animal tracks, a boar path. There's a lot of mushrooms on these trees. laboratory covered in mushrooms with the shrines beyond. Let's go to the boar gate. Or the boar path. We're on the boar path now! Spirits better watch out. And then he finds... ding-ding-ding-ding. That. An open area. Something's there. Same text. Hello. Fences. That's because they are a fence. We're not gonna get ambushed here. That's either a log or that's a person. I think that's a person. So there's a cursed tooth that's gonna come out of you. An ominous mass surrounded by moss. He's claiming it doesn't resemble a human, but that is cope. Dig it out. Every time there's a bad idea, you have to do the bad idea. Something with a sharp edge. The Petri dish. The talismans. The suspicious paper bag. We use the gun as a shovel. Man, I gotta find something else first. Tooth on the stump, that's an easy one. A metal grip. Is it an axe? A shovel? Well, there we go then. I thought I had to go to the shrine first. The solution for the puzzle is right here in the same room as the puzzle. Are we getting psychic damage for this? Because somebody was buried here, and that's the grudge associated with it.
ここ
Small shovel, bit rusty, dried blood stains at the tip. The mass is a giant mushroom with moss growing on its surface. Huh. It's a giant bracket mushroom? With a tooth in it? With a tooth in it. That's what, 3 more to go now? Just 3 more teeth. I was apprehensive about there still being 6 teeth to go with just the forest to go through. But this forest is providing.
こここれは
Oh no, Kakuta? I can't quite tell who this is. Oh, those are some bodies. I was gonna suggest it might be Kakuta because his shoe doesn't look too dirty, so it's probably new. Maybe it is, because I see what could be 2 other mushroom-covered bodies behind him. And those 2 are obviously much older. So maybe he is a fresher one, undergoing the transformation. Man, this school has so many missing students. It's not just... What is it now? 2 found dead from Kashima's curse, 1 suicide, 2 missing students after the suicide, another missing student after the suicide. And how many delinquents have gone missing now? Let's count the corpses. 1, 2, 3 here alone. Another mushroom person. That's 10 missing students so far. And they act as if students going missing is no big deal. This school has lost so many kids. Seriously, even if there's no ghost, if this game is completely mundane, there's no supernatural, this is worth an investigation. They're like, well, the police say they don't have enough evidence, so they're just gonna treat it like a statistic. I think it's pretty big evidence. That we got 10 kids going missing in one preparatory school. At least. The blazer pockets. A piece of paper torn from something is going to be, if this is the missing page from the research guide, then this is Kakuta. Fox lacata. A type of fungus that only lives in the fox forest. A sporocarp doesn't have a cap or stalk. It takes the shape of a reed. A poisonous mushroom, it contains 10 times the amount of psilocybin, hallucinogenic, as the infamous psilocybe argentipes. As of this writing, there are currently no laws regulating possession or cultivation of this fungus. However, considering the negative impact it would have on individuals, especially minors, official regulations and study are needed. So the reason the delinquents hang out in the forest is to smoke or chew some good mushroom. And it's the same mushroom that's being cultivated on the centipede. Another piece of paper, written in rough, hurried penmanship. A pissed-off author. Fox Lacata and the murder at Lake S. The minor offender in the case seemed to have ingested Fox Lacata and was the one who sold the mushroom to, and the one who sold the mushroom to them was K. Kakuta was a local mushrooms dealer. I've seen shifty-looking youngsters roaming around the fox forest. Looks like they intend to harvest Fox Lacata. There were also some students from our school, including Kay. I didn't disclose this information to the public out of fear that would damage the school's reputation. That was a grave mistake. I take responsibility for everything. The murder of a mother and child at Lake S. An incident we've never heard of. Pants pockets. A cell phone. No distinctive customizations, hard to guess who owned it. It's broken. And now that I've searched the exterior, now for the body. It isn't that dirty. I'm telling you, it's fresh. Green tie. He's a second year. The one thing that I wish Let's School would have is more automation. Automatically advancing kids to different classes. The ability to change uniforms to specific years and not just having to manually put them in. Here's our programs. Hooligan is likely already dead. Again, the only named victims that have survived is the student council. That is completely sus. Why would they alone be spared, and everyone else we try to save die? Nothing else that his belongings to check. Got his cell phone. The Fox Lacata document. Well, the haunt is still ongoing, isn't it? When he passed, he wasn't human any longer. He's become mushrooms. I mean, that's just decay. He managed to return to the nutrient cycle. That's more than most of these other victims could say. Nothing else here then, if we expect again. Kakuta's corpse, consumed by mushrooms, nothing I can do. What if we try to dig him out? They have 4 teeth. We still got more to find. So we could re-examine the mushrooms everywhere, trying to find Fox Lacata. But we know what Fox Lacata looks like, and these aren't it. It's probably going to be the shrine then. Maybe that is why... Why, what's his face? Well, the shrine's been torn down or burned.
Yoshi.
Glinting on top. Give me the tooth. The tooth. The tooth. What's this then? 2 more to go?
ここ
Detectiving is easy. You just scan around, you see the blinking light.
これは これは
Red thing behind the bushes? Is this where the mushrooms themselves come from? I do need new glasses though, but that's money. In the shape of a person. What is that to mean? Somebody was murdered and began sprouting the mushrooms? We know it feeds on centipedes. This is a carnivorous mushroom. Mushrooms, Cujo. Mushrooms. That means they're not plants or fungi. Thin red filaments. Similar to red mushroom of the Petri dish. Fox Lacata. What item could we use? Small shovel? Could we use a document to compare them? Alright, we gotta use a shovel then. We're gonna find out that the mushrooms are growing in this shape because there's a body below that they're feasting off of. But first, harvest all these mushrooms so we could have a retirement plan if we need to, and then dig. Something hard. And the object is bones. This guy would be a good archaeologist. Look at this. He hasn't just dug in such a way that he's removing the soil and making sure not to disturb. Look at how good he's done it. He's removed so much dirt without impacting the bone at all. Used to be white. So, the old priest died? Was he murdered, or did he die of natural causes and then got buried here? Buried by those who murdered him, or buried by the forest claiming this space? And if the red fungus grows out of his corpse, that could be why he takes particular revenge on the hooligans, because they see this mushroom, they've toked the mushroom, they want to get high off this mushroom, so they keep on harvesting him. They're consuming the biological remains. Mr. Kokuri. Are we not... So, if disturbing the shrine or messing with the mushrooms is what causes these kids to get cursed, are we not opening ourselves up by exhuming the corpse and messing with it? Indicate he was murdered. Belongings might have been stolen. And then psychic vision time? Deep inside the old school, the dead fox god that looks alive inside the stomach. So we go to the Inari statue. And somewhere in the Inari statue is going to be more evidence. So we didn't have to rely on Mashita's strength here. Sound of a gunshot. One of the rumors of Kokuri is that he will shoot us in the head if we disturb his things, because he patrols the grounds even in death. Oh, there he is! His fox mask became a fox head with mushrooms sprouting out of the skull for ears. And his, what are they, a rifle or a shotgun? His hunting rifle? Mr. Kokuri. We're not hooligans, we're teachers and detectives. They're fine, we're on your side. The ghost is really saying, you kids get off my lawn. The ground near... That's clear cut. They gotta get out of here then. He's saying leave. Suspensive... Oh, we could die here. I feel like we might have need dexterity more than strength here, but Mashita does have cop experience. Very loose grouping. You see that? Mashita here has so much more firearm experience and knowledge than Sam Fisher. Do you think Sam cares about his grouping, about his gun maintenance? Clearly not, for how wide he fires, even if he's sniping. Bullets won't hit us if we keep our distance. And we go tree to tree and retreat. I say just run, but let's see what our options are. We can't see him. Clues somewhere. So what do we have? Creepy petri dish. Oh yeah, we eat some of the mushroom. And we could see the unseen Kokiri, that's right, but do we want to do that? Do we want to commit to eating the mushroom? 85% if I eat the mushroom alone. Mashita, 96% to eat the mushroom. Team up with him, run along the path and escape. Hero on standby, 84% to eat the mushroom. Eat some of the centipede. Hero, if we teamed up. Run and escape. So the run and escape option is there, and there's 96%. I wonder if we have two valid options. If we run and escape, it's a 96% chance success. He's a poor shot, even if the path is straight and long. If we put distance, he's not going to hit us very likely. If we eat the mushroom, we'll be able to see him, but it's also considered a hallucinogenic. And maybe consuming the mushroom is what's going to open us up to spiritual damage later on. It'd be cool if after several cases of expecting one correct answer, it opens you up to a split answer. 85% for me to eat the mushroom, or let Mashita eat the mushroom. I think I need my wits about me. He is very clearly experienced with guns and gunfights. If he can see the hidden ghost, then he could guide me on what to do.
了解した。
He's taking damage just from eating the mushroom. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I should be the one eating it. I've just poisoned my friend for nothing. Okay, I'll eat the mushroom. There's a 15% chance of failure, so I might have to eat it twice. Didn't get the 15% chance failure. And now we're both going. We took even more spiritual damage than Mashita did. We're getting high in the forest tonight. And there he is. We get to see the unseen Kokiri? Too many people in this chapter. He's eating the same mushroom. Did he not see him? Technically, we're hiding behind 2 trees. So we just gotta go then? Some way to fight back? We have a shovel and that's it. We've also got the psychic Fuda that Abe gave us. I don't think that's gonna work. The the talisman. Recite a mantra and attack with the talisman. There is no way that's the right answer. Aim and shoot Kokuri. Mashita, recite a mantra, attack with the talisman. Aim and shoot if we team up. If Hiro was here, aim and shoot is 70%. 94% with intelligence to recite a mantra. There's no way. If we shoot back... Try shooting back then.
Yoshi.
14% chance failure. 14% chance failure. Ah! We gotta waste 2 bullets then. Mashita panics under pressure. Oh, we haven't wasted any shots then. All we waste is a bit of spiritual HP. Aim and shoot. It's up to 99% now. Believing in his tactics, when the ex-cop fumbled and dropped his gun in fear. I thought he was hardened by this. Just make a noise, an eerie howl. Just passed through his body. This is not the right answer. Now he's shooting more aggressively. Oh, was that the right answer after all? We did get him to approach. He's getting closer. I want to believe this is the right choice. He's got some cute eyes. I don't think shooting's the answer unless we shoot the gun away. Can we shoot the gun? Look at him. Kokuri fades in and out of existence, but the gun is very tangible. The gun is a physical thing. He's also closer with a hunting rifle, which isn't the ideal place for it. You can close some distance and tackle the gun, force the gun away. Create an opening to survive. If Hiro was with us, recite mantras is 94, paper bag. Shoot the rifle. Mask, heart, or rifle? Mashita! The one physical, tangible, corporeal object of the material world is the gun. Go for the buttstock, it's a bigger target. Let's see that gun fly. The gun didn't fly off. Shot hit his rifle. I was worried with the eerie howl that maybe I chose the wrong option and didn't get the rifle after all, but Mashita confirms it. We got 2 more teeth to find though, I think. And I think we've been everywhere of importance in the forest. And there's also the possibility that there's 2 Kokuris. Abe mentioned that there's 2 rumors. They may be different, they may be connected. Safe. For now. What if going back in actually gets us another tooth? To head to the infirmary, sort out everything we've learned? I can't go back in, it's not given the option.
ここ よし
Though it does give the option to return to the infirmary instantly. I'm not going to take that path, though. Still can't go in. Still can't go in. Actually, go back up. I know there's nothing to the right, but I gotta shine my light there to make sure there's no interaction spot. We also have the Inari statue here.
ここ
Despite the message we got from the corpse, we can't look into its belly. We got a tooth there the previous chapter by saying a prayer and clapping. Back to the infirmary. We can't go upstairs. What if we just have to check the bathroom? Back to the infirmary, back to the infirmary. There's 2 more teeth, so I have to be super paranoid about these spots to see where a final 2 teeth might be.
ここ
There could be something with the door handle. There's not going to be anything at the door handles. Let's say end it. We'll check these real quick. There's not going to be anything, but you never know. Maybe it'll let us search one of these. It won't. Just to the infirmary. A sigh of relief as we step inside. Tell. This is telling me if I want to continue, I have to use the speak option to talk about what happened in the forest. But first, let's get that beautiful confirmation. Lost soul status. 1! I miscounted. There's only 1 lost soul left in the chapter. Now I'm worried. I haven't spoiled myself at all about this game. I gave a peek in the Steam discussion forum. Didn't see too much activity there, surprisingly. But this game came out for Steam in what, last year? But I did see one thread where someone was confused because they couldn't find one final soul in Chapter 5. We're in Chapter 5, we have one final soul to go. Unlike the previous chapter, which we pretty much ran through to find the last soul that I missed, which was literally on the ground, right in front of me, in the corridor. How the heck did I miss that? This is a pretty big one between all the places you gotta go and the things you gotta do. So I don't feel very enthusiastic about the possibility of repeating this chapter. The Emperor's Bulaohu. Reduce 3 action cost in suspensive acts. A lucky charm from China called a Bulaohu. It is said a Supreme Lord's power resides within. Generations of emperors passed it on. Man, I still think I made some mistake by buying 2 upgrades to the favorite bag. That's 4 total souls that went into it, 2 and 2, to increase the rate by 1. Now that things are getting more expensive, I don't know if there's enough souls in the game for all the sacred objects plus bag upgrades. So I want to hold off on getting more bag upgrades because there might not be enough. But I'm going to save here. We'll put it down at save number 5. Middle stage of Chapter 5. If it's the middle stage of Chapter 5, there could be another room, at least, with more souls. It could be something else in the old building. Could be back in the science room. Could be back at the 2nd floor corridor. But either way, for now, that is going to be it for tonight, because I've only got 3.5 more minutes until Dank movie, and I don't want to miss it. We'll be back to this on Monday, because BF has finally agreed to do grocery shopping by tomorrow. Took him long enough. I'm fully out of spinach, fully out of mushrooms. I should be harvesting these kids that got killed. So I'll see you guys then. For now, let's see who we have online to raid. And it turns out there's a no one. Carver's on playing Gecko Shop. And Schubert is doing more retro achievements, some Mario. Let's go raid Schubert. We've opined the other day about how proud we all are of Schubert breaking out of his depression, trying to do better with his stream, and actually making partner. So let's go say hello to him, and I'll catch you guys back on Monday to finish off this investigation. Hopefully find the final tooth for this chapter. And then onwards to chapter 6 after that, hopefully. Unless we gotta speed run through the entire chapter again to find one more missing tooth. Hopefully we're good. We'll find out then. So thank you guys for hanging out. Stick around for the raid, say hi to Shoops. And I'll catch you guys later. Take care.